This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox. Getting ready to decode some politics today. It is September 15th, 2024. Trump versus Harris. 50-something day. What is it? 51 days left, maybe? Something like that. So it's getting down to crunch time. Things are getting tighter. We're gonna probably cover a little bit of some of the stump speeches today, and a little bit of news as well, and play some of the numbers, the polling numbers as well. So let's get right into it. And the media right now is kind of going crazy that Trump is dealing with this Laura Loomer situation. And the left wing has her listed as kind of like a crazy actor, crazy 9/11 truther. So yeah, they've tackled a whole bunch of other stuff, and it is what it is. But at the end of the day, she's a big fan of Trump. I'm not an investigative reporter. Just they're making the comments about it. It's getting picked up, at least on the left. It's spinning and turning and burning, and they're even trying to put out there that maybe he's having an affair, or it's just kind of typical crazy ass politics. I guess with some drama added on top of it at this point. This is his side piece, supposedly. So I think now she may not be allowed to be. She's not allowed to be on the planes anymore or be around him anymore. So it's all pretty funny. And he had to answer some questions about her. And at the end of the day, if it was something there, it would probably devastate his campaign. I'm thinking maybe. I'd be curious. At the end of the day, if you're a cult follower, you're a fan of somebody, you will contort your brain, I guess, to not make it that big of a deal like they did with Clinton. And you just focus on what he's going to do for the country versus worrying about, who he's smashing. But she worships him, so I don't know how he says no to it, but it is what it is, I guess. But let me play a few videos. I'm gonna try to make this stream pretty quick. It is football Sunday, so I ain't gonna be here too long. Let me see. So just depends on how long these videos take to kind of get through that I came across. Let me see. Let's see what this is here. Let's start here first. See what he's talking about and go from there.
Interested in another debate with former President Trump says he's not interested in another debate with Vice President Harris, even if the American people want to see it. 67 million.
Oh, that's the other thing too, is that he's adamant in not going for a third debate, I guess, or a second with Kamala. But it is what it is, right? He might be goaded over time. Another couple of weeks go by, things kind of calm down. I would not be surprised if he doesn't want to debate. 3 weeks from now is 5,000 years at this point. So 3 weeks from now, who knows where we are.
To watch this first debate. Trump critics and even some of his staunchest supporters, though, were surprised at Trump's debate performance.
But one thing I said early on was, did he really want to give a debate to her? Because no one knows who she is. And I'm like, well, if you give her a debate, you're putting her on. Which he realized that, I guess, after the fact, because he thought he was going to probably crush her, which is crazy because you're not doing research. But what's funny is that by him bringing her on, he elevates her. She's an unknown quantity. Unless you're in politics or you kind of pay attention to politics or whatever, but you're a casual person. Remember, it was almost 80 million people that watched this on television. I'm going to say another 200 or 300 million, maybe even more, maybe close over 1 billion people have tweeted it, TikToked it, Instagrammed it, YouTubed it, and you can throw on Rumble and everything else out there. So it's global. The whole world was talking about it for that moment in time. So I mean, it really did put her on the map. We talk about them kind of numbers. So of course they wanted. Of course, they want a debate by far. So why wouldn't they want another show? So he realized that I'm not giving you one after the fact. He should have never given one from the beginning, in my mind, really. But you got what you asked for, and so now you really would maybe do a second one just to bounce it out. Now you know what she's about. You believe it. You don't have to wonder and question it, and then you know how to come at her and attack her. So if he's smart, in about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks from now, I think he should go ahead and get one more done.
One Republican senator calling it a missed opportunity. At his Vegas rally, Trump accused ABC, the network which hosted the debate, of trying to boost Harris over him by fact-checking some of his remarks.
I said that crime was up massively. I didn't want to go into the details. What's the purpose? Crime was up massively. And David Muir, he's another one that doesn't have a clue, And his hair was much better 5 years ago, I can tell you.
The vice president's campaign says it's willing to participate in another debate. It raised more than $47 million afterwards, but Harris herself says the event was lackluster.
It was the same old show, the same tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan on how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page.
Meantime, the Trump campaign is facing growing questions about a woman who's been showing up a lot around the former president. Conservative activist
They're trying to turn this
Loomer,
bitch into a liability.
a fringe conspiracy theorist after calling 9/11 an inside job. But Trump says he wants to keep her around. He posted on Truth Social that she doesn't work for the campaign. She's a private citizen and longtime supporter. I disagree with the statements she's made. Like the millions of people who support me, she is tired of watching the radical left march.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money.
The official drink of America first.
This is far-right activist Loomer and white nationalist Nick Fuentes cheering to
the hostile takeover of the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
And they're not wrong. Both met personally with Donald Trump. I first met Loomer in 2017 at an event for manosphere influencer Mike Cernovich. At the time, Loomer was an activist who'd celebrated the deaths of Muslim migrants. But she was being harassed by white nationalist trolls because she's a Jewish woman. Since then, she's taken a strange trajectory, with years somewhat in obscurity because she'd been banned from so many social media sites like Twitter. When Elon Musk took over Twitter,
the official drink of America first.
This is far-right activist Loomer and white nationalist Nick Fuentes cheering to
the hostile takeover of the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
And they're not wrong. Both met personally with Donald Trump. I first met Loomer in 2017 at an event for manosphere influencer Mike Cernovich. At the time, Loomer was an activist who'd celebrated the deaths of Muslim migrants. But she was being harassed by white nationalist trolls because she's a Jewish woman. Since then, she's taken a strange trajectory, with years somewhat in obscurity because she'd been banned from so many social media sites like Twitter. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, she came back. She does stunts like ambush interviews.
Frank, why aren't you supporting President Trump? I'm a successful investigative journalist.
Loomer recently told CNN she's not anti-Muslim. Now, some might dispute that she's entered the mainstream, but she's reached the former president's elite inner circle. Flying to the presidential debate on Trump's plane, and to New York as he observed the anniversary of 9/11. A notable appearance since Loomer has pushed the false conspiracy theory that 9/11 was an inside job. She's been seen with Trump a lot.
We're here at Bedminster. I'm with the greatest president ever.
After rumors circulated among right-wing Twitter users, including Loomer, that Haitian immigrants are eating people's pets in Ohio, Trump repeated the claim in the debate.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in.
I spoke to Loomer before the debate. She told me she's attacked as a childless woman who devotes all her time to a man who will never pay attention to her, meaning Trump. but Trump does pay attention to her and reads her reports.
Laura, how are you? You look so
Breast
beautiful
right on
as
his,
always.
on
You
his
don't want to be
stomach.
Loomered. If you're Loomered, you're in deep trouble. Trump.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Laura Loomer.
She ran for Congress twice and lost. But she told me she built a constituency among the very pro-Trump voters in the Villages, a retirement community that's important in Florida Republican politics. She called them boomers for Loomer, and they were paying attention when she began attacking Governor Ron DeSantis for having the temerity to run for president against Trump.
You are never going to be president of the United States of America.
Loomer told me one of her donors let it slip that DeSantis was running for president in 2021. So on the first stop on the DeSantis book tour, she stood in front with a Trump sign and a t-shirt. Despite her new closeness to the former president, some pro-Trump Republicans are very against her.
Her rhetoric and her tone does not match the base, does not match MAGA, does not match most Republicans I know. And I'm completely denouncing it. I'm over it.
Don't be a hater.
We are
All these women
51
chasing
days
Trump's
from the election,
chasing his
and together
attention.
with
They
their
hate
running
me.
mates,
What? Don't be
President
hating no
Kamala
Laura
Harris
Loman
and
crazy
former
ass.
President Donald Trump are focusing on the states that will decide the next president, with the race apparently deadlocked and for in the U.S. Senate. Thank you for being here, sir. So the mayor of Springfield, Ohio, Rob Rue, said, quote, all these federal politicians that have negatively spun our city, they need to know they're hurting our city. And it was their words that did it. Before Donald Trump talked about eating dogs and cats on a debate stage, it was you, Senator, who first elevated this baseless rumor. These are your constituents. So why are you putting them at risk by continuing to spread claims about Haitian immigrants, despite officials in your state saying that there's no evidence and pleading for you to stop?
Well, Dana, first of all, what's putting the residents of Springfield at risk, which was a town completely ignored by the American media until Donald Trump and I started surfacing some of these concerns, is that they can't afford housing. They can't afford health care. The schools have been overwhelmed. The hospitals have been overwhelmed. And they're overwhelmed because Kamala Harris allowed 20,000 Haitian migrants to get dropped into a small Ohio town of about 40,000 people, and it's completely overwhelmed the services. Now, you ask, why have I talked about some of the things that I've been talking about? Let me just say this. My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things. So I have two options, Dana. I can ignore them, which is what the American media has done for years to this community, or I can actually talk about what people are telling me. And of course, many of the things that the media says are completely baseless have since been confirmed. For example, I was told, Dana, that by the American media, that it was baseless that migrants were capturing the geese from the local park pond and eating them. And yet there are 911 calls from well before this ever became a viral sensation of people complaining about that exact thing happening. So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because
Viewed 11 months of 911 calls. They only identified 2 instances of people alleging Haitians were taking geese out of parks.
No proof, no evidence.
0 evidence to substantiate those claims. Also, other evidence that you have talked about, even you've retweeted alleged evidence, are unsourced social media videos from a different city, apparently no connection to Haitians. And this is from a conservative activist who offered a $5,000 reward, Springfield, Ohio, from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community? Because there are a lot of employers there who say that the Haitian workers are helping fill jobs that they need desperately filled.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple of things that you said, but I want to start with something.
No, focus on the jobs.
Disgusting and is more
And you
appropriate for
lazy ass
Democratic
white people that don't want to
propagandist
work in Ohio.
than it is for an
Focus
American
on that.
journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth, it's disgusting. The violence is disgusting. We condemn it. We condemn all violence.
Senator,
and
this
threats of
happened
violence.
after you and
But to
President
say-
Trump
no,
were
Dana,
on the
to
debate
say-
stage, said
Dana,
that
no,
cats and dogs
you
were
asked,
being
you
eaten.
asked a question,
And
Dana, and
after
I'm going to
that-
go ahead and answer it. What
After
we
that,
said,
they were
You're not
what
answering.
we
Cut
have
his
said
mic
is that
off.
this town has suffered terribly under the policies of Kamala Harris. Now,
Dude, what are you
just
talking about?
accused me of inciting violence against.
Let me just say this to keep it simple. It's so funny. Dana Vance just broke character, which is hilarious. What's so funny about this is they got to clean this up quickly, I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe just keep letting it run, though. I mean, I don't know. But I would just say this, though. What's kind of funny, though, about it is that Ohio is a deep red state with a Republican governor. And even Springfield leans, obviously, it's they voted for Trump, I think, at 85% or something like that. Something up. So I mean, it's a Republican area. Why are you inviting? Why are your businesses, who I'm assuming would be right leaning, why are you inviting quote unquote Haitian, quote unquote Black immigrants or illegal immigrants into your state? It's like they're playing games. I'm talking about the Democrats and the Republicans. They're playing games. It's so obvious that, like I keep telling people, we need labor. America has always needed labor. From the day the first African slave was brought here, this country, the Caribbean, Brazil, Venezuela, pick a country, Mexico, it doesn't really matter, right? You went into West Africa and you needed labor. Then you needed European immigrant labor. They dumped all their trash into America and you use that as labor and to settle the West. Or should I say conquer the West? And then fast forward to now, you needed Mexicans to come back into their lands, basically, to work as labor. Many of them were already here. And then most probably were already here. But you demonized them. And now here we go. The Asians got their demonization, of course. They're the ones who's supposed to eat cats and dogs. That's the funny part. And now here we are, fast forward to the 2024 election. They're talking about the border crisis, which is clearly a crisis. The border needs to be shut down. It needs to be done legally, the best it can be done. And it needs to be improved, of course. But at the same time, many of these Haitians are legal immigrants. I don't even know if any of them are illegal. It might be 100% legal immigrants, specifically in Springfield, Ohio. And so, like I said, a lot of things are common sense. If you increase your population, I think they've lost 20 to 30,000 people in the last 10, 15 years out of Ohio, out of that area, Springfield. I think it's been, obviously increased to 15 to 20,000, specifically Haitian immigrants, and used obviously for labor. Needed benefits and housing when they first got there. They knew they were coming. There's no surprise here. They needed all those resources. It does make things more difficult for the common person who lived there, who are just sitting around on welfare, doing nothing, haven't done nothing in generations, and the town is pretty much dead at this point. And you need that new energy to come in there and rebuild the Midwest and the upper Midwest. That's what it's going to happen. It's happening already. It's been happening for 20 years. And so it's a normal process, just that it just happened to be political season, happened to be presidential political season. And we have Trump, who is lighting fire to people to say that you have these folks here, out of context, of course. And it is what it is. You do what you got to do to get elected, right? There are no rules in a lot of ways when you think about it. But when you get to the details, it's all about the details. You get to the details, it's kind of like, well, hold up. Well, of course, if you increase a population by 30%, whatever the number is, then you're going to have an increase in everything that you. I mean, like you said, it's just data, right? You're going to have an increase in crime, increase in car accidents, increase in whatever. It's a different culture coming in. You may see things that you're not used to seeing, or not. Who knows? Whatever. It's just kind of a funny thing to watch it. To watch it literally play out real time. And to watch, I think Vance is the senator of Ohio or whatever, or something like that. I don't know. He's a senator of Ohio, right? Can't remember. Yeah, he's a senator, right? Is he a junior senator? I think he's a junior senator, right? Only been on maybe a couple of years, maybe. How many years has he been in this? How many years has he been in the Senate? It's so funny how he was so anti-Trump, man. It's just crazy what that's crazy what power does, man. And wanting to get access. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so it's been 2 years, right? So 2 years as a Ohio senator. And Trump's kids asked to put JD Vance on the ticket. And instead of him taking the bait with Dana Bash, instead of him calming this down, and I'm not saying it's a losing, I think it's a losing strategy. Because Trump won in 2016, people are a little nervous about making these kind of statements. But it needs to be pressure from a Republican perspective. It needs to be pressure put on JD to respond correctly, say the right thing. You do not want something catastrophic to happen in Ohio, which I already feel like it's coming. You had the school bombing situations called in. If something more physical happens, I know the Klan, I know some other Nazi groups are down there probably are going to be down there at some point in the next 50 days. But you don't have to keep the dogs in check. Because if something happens to these people, I think I did read an article where some of them were scared to come outside, they're hiding. They don't want to be. They're scared to be outside, etc. There's going to be a story there. It's going to push racism. It's going to push anti-immigration. It's going to push a lot of things. Now, the Haitians have not yet, I guess, been integrated into the Black group. I don't know how that works necessarily. This is maybe the start of it. Maybe we'll see. But right now, they may be to some degree on their own, for the moment. But I think it's been really tragic happening. You're probably going to lose that. You're probably going to lose that. All right. You're probably going to lose. You're going to probably lose some of that. So that will activate a lot more stuff. Even though some folks may not want to deal with it, a lot of people will be drawn to it if something catastrophic happens between now and I wouldn't put it past Democrats to make something happen. Because things have been happening here and there. You had the Tariq Hill thing, then you have the Haitian thing, and you have they believe the kid down in North Carolina has been hung. The black kid the black man from Chicago. I think he drives for Walmart. I think they believe that he has been hung. And then you have something that happened to the girl who got killed by the cop boiling water in her kitchen, and something else I'm missing. But there's things that are slowly starting to build up that can't impact the election. And instead of JD playing games with this Haitian thing, where you need labor, you invited them there. They're working. And of course, when you bring folks in under protected status, etc., you have to give them benefits to get them kind of set up to get them going. Like everybody, who doesn't get a handout to get set up to get plugged into the system. And she asks a very interesting question, which is, wouldn't you as a senator, basically, shouldn't you be trying to integrate these people into your society, into your state, into your county, into your city? I find it funny on so many levels. I'm trying to get off that
community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering.
Yeah, but these people that you invited there to to use this cheap labor that's not going to complain, that's not going to unionize, don't speak the language, don't know the law, don't know the rules. You can take full advantage of 20,000 in just that one city to basically revitalize your dead city that you have failed at with failed policies. So, I mean, what are we talking about right now? At the end of the day, you have to have them.
Because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence? We can condemn the violence on the one hand, but also talk about the terrible consequences of Kamala Harris's open border on the other hand. Now, let me just fact.
The last time I checked, there's no borders in Ohio that's connected to Mexico. So the question she needs to ask him is that, well, did y'all invite the people that are work or not? Why are the corporations who are most likely right-leaning, why are they hiring those people? Do they have work visas? I mean, what are we like? Let's get into the details of it and just start letting him do this. That's what I hate about the left and the right, is that this is the moment where you can put him on the spot to make him just change. Like, look, man, these are immigrants. You need them in the country. You want them in the country. You want to integrate them into the country. They're working class people. You got them all set up. They should want to support the Republican Party. Like, why would you do things to not let that happen? And you're worried about your quote unquote citizens who don't work, who don't contribute, who don't pay taxes, who don't support. They're a drain on the system. The white people who live in Springfield are killing Springfield and has been for 2 decades at least. The other ones have left and went to go work other places where there was opportunities at. These are the leftovers that are complaining.
Check a couple of other things that you said, Dana, because it's important. You said that all of these migrants are in the country legally. They're in the country through what's called temporary protective status.
Right.
That is when Kamala Harris waved a magic amnesty wand, taking people and giving them legal status. That is not to say that they're here legally. That is a terrible indictment of her amnesty policies that have further opened the border and further
but it's
caused
not illegal.
terrible migration into this country.
You might not agree with the policy, and obviously you don't, which is totally fair and legitimate. There are policy disagreements all the time, but the fact is it is the law because President Biden and Vice President Harris are. But I don't want to frankly go down this conversation about policy,
Dana,
because
you made a point. You don't. I agree. You don't want to talk about policy.
No,
Dana,
what I want to talk about
instead of about the fact,
Senator,
that
it was
Harris,
your
Dana,
distraction.
Granted amnesty.
You were the one who started talking about eating dogs and cats.
Level.
You were the one who brought this up. The president said it to 60 million people.
Cats, and I talked about it because you were ignoring this community. My constituents talked about it.
Have you been to
my
Springfield?
Responsibility to surface their concerns when the American media
Have you been to
ignores it.
Springfield?
Dana, I've been to Springfield probably 100 times in my life.
How about
I've taken
recently,
my children
since
to
you've
get
heard
ice
this?
cream at Young's Jersey Dairy.
Have you heard recently since you've gotten these calls?
Have I been in the last 4 days?
No,
I'm
talking
haven't been
about
in the last 4 days, but I've
since
talked
you've
to a lot
gotten
of
these
people
calls
in
from the
Springfield,
constituents.
Dana, and they're telling me this stuff is happening. Dana, would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you
I am an absolute natural spender. I've never had a budget. If I'm thinking about a future, about a down payment.
For more on where this race stands with just over 7 weeks until Election Day, I'm joined now by national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, what does it look like post-debate?
Yeah, Kristen. Well, it looks a lot like it did pre-debate, but let's take you through what are we looking at here. First of all, this is the national poll average here of Harris ahead by 2 points. The NBC News average of the major national polls over the last 2 weeks. And that means just about half of the polls that are in this average have now been conducted after that debate. And you see Harris with a 2-point lead nationally. And of course, one of the things we've talked about is in the last 2 elections when Donald.
Now the other numbers that I've seen is that Trump is up +1 nationally.
Donald Trump ran 2016 and 2020. He lost the popular vote in both of those elections, but almost won the Electoral College in 2020 and did win the Electoral College in 2016. And here are the states that we think will determine the Electoral College, the 7 core battleground states. Again, the NBC News poll average here, they are very, very close. You can see that Harris with slight advantages in some of these. Trump in Georgia and Arizona, North Carolina tied. Would also flag for you. You remember in 2016 and 2020, one of the stories of the election, polls were off, and they were off in specific places. 2 of the states that missed the biggest in polling in the last election were Michigan and Wisconsin. And notice those are the states right now where Harris has her strongest advantages in the polling. In 2020 and in 2016, in those states, Trump voters, blue-collar Trump voters, were underestimated in the polls. It's a question. Has that been fixed, or is that something that might happen again?
Well, Tim Walz is there to check some of that. Her talking about she has a gun and she's going to invest $50,000 tax breaks or tax incentives or tax cuts or whatever for small businesses. Clearly, she's leaning into Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Yeah, I mean, that's obvious. And so even if you underestimate the blue collar voter, you're also going to underestimate the non-white vote. It's going to most likely be larger in Georgia, Michigan, Carolina, and Wisconsin. I don't know about Pennsylvania or Arizona. Because Latinos are weird, man. And I don't even know. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that right now. It's just crazy how you have so many. We have probably almost 100 million Latinos in this country, and none of them are running for president. It's kind of interesting.
Let's take a look
to show you how disorganized they are.
Though at the road to 270. Now, here's a big if, and I stress it's an if, but this is just to show you. If we took this, the states that are Harris blue right now in the average, the Trump red, North Carolina tied, and we plugged it in to the 270 map, you see that would have Harris at 276, Trump 246, 270 obviously needed to win, but again, extremely close there. And from Trump's standpoint, even looking at this, here's the path for him. It's the simplest path if he's going to win this presidential election right now. Again, with that small lead in the poll average in Georgia, North Carolina tied. And remember, Trump did carry North Carolina in 2016 and 2020. So let's say Trump were able, this is just sake of a if here, but if Trump were to get North Carolina, then he would need one of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. 3 states he carried in 2016 that he lost to Joe Biden in 2020. But you'll see right here, just with Georgia and Carolina, if he wins Pennsylvania, he's got what he needs. If he wins Michigan, he's got what he needs. If he 2020. So let's say Trump were able, this is just sake of a if here, but if Trump were to get North Carolina, then he would need one of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. 3 states he carried in 2016 that he lost to Joe Biden in 2020. But you'll see right here, just with Georgia and Carolina, if he wins Pennsylvania, he's got what he needs. If he wins Michigan, he's got what he needs. If he wins Wisconsin, he's got what he needs. So bottom line, the Trump path, pretty simple there. The Harris path, protect those 3. We'll see what happens, Kristen, going forward.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the.
Back in 2022, I lost 2 very important people in my life, big figures. It really wasn't until February of this year.
We have a brand new ABC News Ipsos poll just out this morning. So let's bring in our political director and Washington bureau chief, Rick Klein, to break it all down. Rick, good morning. Always great to have you. So overall here, what does our new poll say about where this race stands following that debate?
Good morning, Whit. Yeah, Kamala Harris has a 6-point lead among likely voters in our poll, 52-46 over Trump. And that is exactly where the race stood just 2 weeks ago on the eve of the debate. No change, although there was some tightening in the polls in the ensuing couple of weeks. The national polling average suggested that things were getting narrower. It looks like this race has settled back to a solid but not overwhelming lead for Kamala Harris, particularly with her base starting to come home. As a result of this debate, 37 versus 23% who say less favorably. It's almost the opposite story for Donald Trump. 2-to-1 margin.
See, that's right. But still, there's no difference
less favorably as a result of this debate. And again, that translates into into enthusiasm and into what kind of voters you have backing your candidacy. Again, Harris feeling pretty good coming out of that debate about assuaging some concerns of voters who may not have known her that well.
And Rick, we know we're entering a new era of politics when pollsters are asking about the Taylor Swift endorsement.
And joining me now is former President Trump's running mate, such a piece of legislation.
One thing I like, though, JD Vance is going on Democratic channels every other day, it seems like. Very, very smart strategy. It's kind of being not spoken about.
Donald Trump's desk. Would he veto it?
I think it'd be very clear he would not support it. I mean, he said that explicitly. Yeah, I mean, if you're not supporting it as the president of the United States, you fundamentally have to veto it.
So he would veto a federal abortion ban?
I think he would. He said that explicitly that he would.
And then, Senator, here's what Donald Trump said on the debate stage.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well, I
to your
won't
desk?
have to.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, JD Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with JD. In all fairness, JD, and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't.
Senator Vance, just to clarify once and for all, if Donald Trump were to be elected, if a federal abortion ban were to land on his desk, would he veto it?
Well, Kristen, as you saw the president say, we hadn't discussed it. We still haven't discussed it, by the way, because it's not realistic, Kristen. I think that was the point that he made during the debate is he's been incredibly clear that he doesn't support a national abortion ban. He wants abortion policy to be made by the states because he thinks, look, Alabama's going to make a different decision from California, and that's okay. We're a big country. We can disagree. The best way to actually facilitate us coming together, despite that disagreement, is by allowing each individual state to make their own abortion policy. So I think President Trump has been clear. A national abortion ban is not on the table. He wouldn't support it. He wouldn't sign it. And I think, frankly, Kristen, it's kind of a ridiculous hypothetical because if a national abortion ban was brought before the United States Senate right now, it would get at best 10 senators out of 100. So I think we should talk about issues that actually might come before the president, like our approach to lowering energy prices, to lowering grocery prices, to making housing more affordable, which all have gone in the wrong direction under Kamala Harris's policies. His point is that it was a hypothetical and not a hypothetical that has any chance of actually crossing his desk.
I take your point, but just to put a fine point on this, you're saying he wouldn't support it. So would he veto it?
Kristen, I think that I've learned my lesson on speaking for the president before he and I have actually talked about an issue. What he has said at the debate, which is quite explicit, is he doesn't support a national ban. He thinks it's ridiculous to talk about vetoing a piece of legislation that isn't going to come before the president in the first place.
All right, let's zoom out a little bit, Senator, and talk more broadly about the issue of health care. Former President Trump said on the debate stage he had, quote, concepts of a plan to replace the Affordable Care Act. Here is what he has said, though, in the past. Look.
We're going to have a health care plan that's going to be second to none. We have 2 plans coming out. We already have the concept of the plan. We'll be announcing that in about 2 months, maybe less.
Senator, can you clarify what is Donald Trump's health care plan?
Well, first of all, Kristen, let's back up a little bit to 2017, 2018, when Obamacare was actually collapsing under the weight of the regulatory burdens and collapsing under the weight of lack of funding. And Donald Trump had 2 choices. He could have destroyed the program, or he could actually build upon it and make it better so that Americans didn't lose a lot of health care. He chose to build upon a plan, even though it came from his Democratic predecessor. And I think it illustrates Donald Trump's entire approach to governing, which is to fix problems, even if you may have disagreed with the original legislation, to fix the American people's problems, not just to blow things up because it happened to be implemented by your predecessor. And frankly, I wish Kamala Harris would take a similar approach on things like the Abraham Accords, which she has not built upon at all, despite the fact that it's built a lot of peace in the region and could build more. But what President Trump's healthcare plan is actually quite straightforward. Is you want to make sure that pre-existing coverage conditions are covered. You want to make sure that people have access to the doctors that they need. And you also want to implement some deregulatory agendas so that people can choose a healthcare plan that fits them. Think about it. A young American doesn't have the same healthcare needs as a 65-year-old American. A 65-year-old American in good health has much different healthcare needs than a 65-year-old American with a chronic condition. We want to make sure everybody is covered But the best way to do that is to actually promote some more choice in our healthcare system and not have a one-size-fits-all approach that puts a lot of people into the same insurance pools, into the same risk pools, that actually makes it harder for people to make the right choices for their families.
Senator, you mentioned Obamacare. 20 million people are currently getting their health care through Obamacare. I guess the question is, and you're laying out some benchmarks here, but why should voters believe that a plan is forthcoming when you've heard Donald Trump say so many times in the past that he's going to be putting forward a plan? It still hasn't happened yet.
Here he is now.
Hi, I'm just trying to make sense of all this data.
All these commercials killing.
Just get sass via.
Well, because Donald Trump actually governed, Kristen, for 4 years, and he actually protected those 20 million Americans from losing their health coverage. He actually protected a lot more additional Americans from losing their health coverage, and he actually ensured that a lot of people were able to access coverage for the first time. I mean, members of my own family, for example, got health care for the first time under Donald Trump's administration. So we actually have a real record to run on. He, of course, does have a plan for how to fix American health care, but a lot of it goes down, Kristen, to deregulating the insurance market so that people can choose a plan that actually makes sense for them.
All right,
we have to, on the one hand, fix the problems of Obamacare, while on the other hand, Kristen, making sure that people continue to have good choices.
Okay, so what I hear you're saying is Obamacare stays in place. Let me move to another topic. There was a lot of attention, as you know, this week on former President Trump's baseless claims about migrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio, claims you first shared online, Senator, earlier this week. Local authorities now say there have been no credible reports of migrants hurting pets or animals. And in fact, neo-Nazis are now taking credit, frankly, for pushing these rumors mainstream. Why are you continuing to double and triple down on these baseless claims?
Well, two important points here, Kristen. First of all, I have heard firsthand from multiple constituents, people who made 911 calls a month ago, a year ago, who were making these complaints. I trust my constituents more than I do the American media that has shown no interest in what's happened in Springfield until we started sharing cat memes on the internet, which is disgraceful that the American media ignored this town. And that's the most important part. Kamala Harris's open border, Kristen, has led to skyrocketing housing costs in Springfield. Rising rates of crime, rising rates of communicable diseases. They have dropped 20,000 immigrants into a town of 40,000, and it's caused a host of social problems. And we should be talking about why Kamala Harris has done this to this small town, and the media and the Democrats ignored it for an entire year. Kristen, I was talking about this on the...
I ain't gonna lie, though. I've been following JD for a long time, though, but I will say, if he stays in this pocket right here, though, he can spin like this. You know, I'm not mad at it. You know, this is good. This is good spin right here, because he just took credit for making sure that people keep their health care from the what is it, the ABA, ACA, whatever it's called, the Obamacare plan. And then Kamala Harris dropped 20,000 Haitians into a small. I mean, it's definitely it definitely can work. It's pretty funny.
Senate Banking Committee months ago, nobody would pay attention to it until we started sharing the 911 calls of people in Springfield saying the migrants are eating the geese.
And yet,
I think that's really, really shameful that no one cared about it or paid attention to it.
And yet, Senator, officials, the mayor, other local officials have said there's just no evidence of what you're saying, that it's baseless. Those
Republican state, Republican county, Republican city, Republican mayor.
Claims. Can't you just make your argument about immigration without making those claims, Senator? Why not just make an argument about immigration?
You gotta make them, though. That's what makes it entertaining.
These baseless claims that, again, Senator, have been repeated by neo-Nazis.
Kristen, I hear you saying that they're baseless, but I'm not repeating them because I invented them out of thin air. I'm repeating them because my constituents are saying these things are happening. I mean, just yesterday, a video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat. Clearly, these rumors are out there because constituents are seeing it with their own eyes, and some of them are talking about it. Now, look, we also have to talk about and should primarily talk about the effects that this has had on car insurance rates, on disease rates. Those are the things that I'm spending 95% of my
Right. Focus on the details, because when you bring in a large amount of people, you will have an increase in everything. This is natural. So you could just focus on just those things. Y'all keep bringing up the geese, man. I don't know. It could go either way. I don't know.
Time talking about Kristen, but again, the media didn't care about this story until we started sharing the 911 call about the geese. That is an indictment of the American media. But the real problem here, Kristen, let me just finish this point is.
Now, one thing I will say, like from a constituency perspective, is that the one issue I would always, I would sometimes, I could make an argument on the left and on the right, to be honest, it's just that the people who that he's talking about are people who never even listen to. The reason why Trump is so popular, regardless of what you think about him, regardless of the politics of it all, is that he's listening. Good or bad or indifferent, he's listening. And JD Vance is echoing that over and over again to her. Remember, the elites, quote unquote, Democrats or Republicans, obviously, which is why the Republican Party is under the pressure of MAGA, is you're not listening to millions and millions of people who feel like they have been left behind. They've been screaming about it for years, and using race to cover it up doesn't work. It stopped working at some point in time. I don't know if that was in the 2000s. I'm not sure when that dam finally broke, but using race can still activate people, of course. But using race, I'm not sure. I think that maybe things have gotten so expensive, so tight, so aggressive. More and more success, and a lot of other people are being left behind. It's not enough. Feeling quote unquote superior or white skin or whiteness or whatever you want to call it, right? It's not enough anymore. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But key thing here, I think, is listening. And we were saying this back in 2016, is that Mitt Romney, Hillary Clinton calling people deplorables on the left, and Mitt Romney talking about what did he say? The 47% something. I forgot exactly how he said it, but he was talking about pretty much half the country is worthless. I mean, so then you get Trump, and then you're mad about it, but you asked for it though. You asked for Trump, so don't be mad at him. Be mad at the system, I guess. Don't hate the game, hate the player. No, hate the player. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's how it goes.
Kamala Harris opened the border with no plan for how to assimilate 20,000 people. It's made the community worse off. That's what we should be focused on.
Senator, I have to say, though, that the mayor from Dayton in that video that you're talking about and police chief responded forcefully to that new video you just referenced. They say there's absolutely no evidence to even remotely suggest that immigrants are eating pets. Let me just.
Now, I would wonder, from a racial perspective, would you argue, and I don't even know if they're smart enough to even realize that, will someone argue and say this would be your quote-unquote racial wake-up call for all non-white, specifically dark-skinned immigrants? I don't know. This might not be enough to trigger that. Maybe. On the other hand, I wonder politically, I don't know if this is going to sway anybody, though. That's the only problem. As funny as it is, and obviously it can be dangerous as well. It's a lot of things that happen at the same time. I just wonder, will you have a situation where if violence breaks out, who takes the blame for it? Because he's doing a very good job of hanging this around Harris's neck to try to make, because remember, once Trump sets it up and says, well, they're invading the country, and now we have a perfect case of a quote-unquote invasion. I wonder, does it make what he's been saying true? As crazy as it might sound, talking about ducks and geese, you talking about 75, 80 million people hearing that live, and then another few hundred million people hearing it on Instagram. So maybe, like I said before, a billion. I wonder, does it justify his argument, saying, well, y'all keep saying there's nobody here, but clearly there's somebody here. Clearly there's 20,000 in this little town in Ohio. So I don't know.
Just ask you, though, in October of 2016, you said this, quote, Trump makes people I care about afraid, immigrants, Muslims, etc. Because of this, I find him reprehensible. God.
I just want to know how he's going to answer this question. He got to pivot out this. He got to do a crossover on this.
Wants better of us. This week in Springfield, buildings were closed because of bomb threats. Haitian immigrants say they are afraid for their lives. Are you now doing the very thing you once called reprehensible, Senator?
Well, first of all, Kristen, we condemn all acts of violence and all threats of violence. But Kristen, the reason that I changed my mind on Donald Trump is actually perfectly highlighted by what's going on in Springfield, because the media and the Kamala Harris campaign, they've been calling the residents of Springfield racist. They've been lying about them. They've been saying that they make up these reports of migrants eating geese, and they completely ignore the public health disaster that is unfolding in Springfield at this very minute.
Senator,
You know
what
who
about
hasn't
the
ignored
Haitian
it?
immigrants
Donald
who
Trump,
say they're
because
afraid?
Donald Trump believes, Kristen, let me finish this point, Kristen, and feel free to follow up. Donald Trump is the only person who complaints, has decided to call people racist instead of actually trying to make their lives better by undoing her open border. But I know you had a question.
Well, and Senator, again, because we're almost out of time, but Haitian immigrants are saying they're afraid for their lives. I want to shift to another topic. I've been talking to allies of former President Trump who are frankly outraged. They're alarmed that Donald Trump has been traveling with
used car shopping.
2 rows, 2 dogs. I'm sold.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's pause for the facts.
Aiden Clark, who is an 11-year-old boy who was killed in Springfield last year. It was a car accident involving a Haitian immigrant. You said that he was murdered. His father said that's not true. It was an accident. Here's what he said to you.
Politicians, Bernie Moreno.
Guys, will you?
Dana, first of all, my heart goes out to the Clark family, and I don't bring their son's name up because they've clearly expressed a preference for politicians to not bring their son's name up. I wish them all the best. I can't believe what kind of a tragedy they've experienced, but I'm still going to keep on talking about what the migrants have done to Springfield, Ohio, and what Kamala Harris's open border has done to Springfield, Ohio.
To Republican Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, whose state has been in the spotlight this week. I know you are a Trump supporter. And Governor, let's start with that poll. Donald Trump did not make any significant gains after that debate. Kamala Harris is ahead among likely voters, 52-46. Did he miss an opportunity at that debate?
Well, he's going to do well in Ohio. He's going to win Ohio by a big margin. That's what we're looking at.
80%,
in Ohio.
80+.
Well, he needs to do more than that. So did he miss an opportunity in that debate?
Look, I think he's always better off talking about the issues that really impact Americans. I think the economy is always the most important thing. The inflation. These are the things that I think are bread and butter that, he should be talking about.
And of course, you remember what he did talk about. You have said that you don't oppose the program that allowed some 15,000 Haitians to migrate there in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. But former President, of course, you remember what he did talk about. You have said that you don't oppose the program that allowed some 15,000 Haitians to migrate there in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. But former President Trump and J.D. Vance, who you support, have doubled down on baseless claims that former President Trump made at the debate. Let's listen to that again.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs in our
Athens are eating pets.
No. Absolutely not. That's what the mayor said. That's what the chief of police has said. I think it's unfortunate that this came up. Let me tell you what we do know, though. What we know is that the Haitians who are in Springfield are legal. They came to Springfield to work.
I keep telling people,
Ohio is on the move.
They're to work.
Springfield has really made a great resurgence with a lot of companies coming in. These Haitians came in to work for these companies. What the companies tell us is that they are very good workers. They're very happy to have them there. And frankly, that's helped the economy. Now, are there problems connected?
No, it's
well,
boosting
sure.
the economy.
When you go from a population of 58,000.
My thing is this, just be honest. Just be honest. You have a bunch of lazy white folks in these counties and these towns all over America who don't want to work. And they're angry because they're useless at this point. And it's nobody's fault. You know, they'll be in the grave at some point, or they'll be in, you know, wherever they're going to be in, and the society will move on past those people as they disappear off the planet. But until that happens, unfortunately, it has to be dealt with. You use these people up for generations. Now they're the leftovers, basically. And you got to deal with it. I mean, Hillary called them the deplorables. Mitt Romney called it. It's cold. I'm going to tell you something. It is cold the way white folks talk about one another, and they cover it using race and other tactics. They kind of cover it when you really listen and you really pay attention. Most of the time, they're talking about their own people. And they really do not care at the end of the day. But the best thing to do is, how do we control them? How do we keep them in check? And this is like probably one of the best examples, I think, in recent history, is right at this moment, is where you have a lot of white people, specifically white people. There's some other races involved in this, some other races and stuff as well that's being impacted by, always being impacted by immigration. But we're always being impacted by immigration because this country is designed the way it's designed. And so watching, you know, as you get older, just kind of sort of watching how it kind of plays out. Like, how do we deal with the people? How do we keep the people calm? How do we make sure we listen to the people? How do we make them as comfortable as possible in their situation? Because we may offer programs, they don't want those programs. We may offer retraining, they don't want those retrainings. I remember when Obama came out back in probably, I want to say 08 or 10, with this huge plan. We're going to retrain America. I'm looking at the guy like, are you stupid or something? It doesn't work. That's not a reality. It sounds great, and I'm sure a handful of folks probably took advantage of it. But overall, you're not going to get these people to do anything. They're stuck in their situation, wherever that is, and wherever they may be in the country. And the best thing to do is to keep them calm, I guess. And I mean, on some level, I mean, Trump being president for one term and basically kind of being a dark president for the last two terms, 20 and 24. So for the last, term or so, he's been sort of the dark president. And so because of that, even though they're kind of riled up and excitable, because he turns everybody up, it's keeping them busy. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. But at the end of the day, he's not going to get them jobs. He's not bringing anything back to this country. Their life is not going to get any better. Prices are not going to come down. They're not going to be able to get loans, get good credit, get off of drugs. It's just not a reality. So the best thing to do is how do we keep them, occupied, I guess, at the end of the day. And Trump's a great toy to occupy a lot of folks in this country who offer nothing to America, right? They're just a waste of skin, basically, at this point. And you have Haitians coming to the country, and instead of embracing them and bringing them really into the Republican Party, if we decide to make them legal citizens at some point, and that's just immigrants in general, because generally speaking, immigrants are going to be more conservative, more traditional, etc. But political toys are political toys, right? And so we're in a moment in time where I'm going to use these people for politics, and whatever happens to them, happens to them. Protect yourself. That's all I can tell the Haitians to do, right? Protect yourself, be smart, try to pay attention if you can. Maybe some folks will come there and try to protect you best they can protect you. But that's the reality of America, unfortunately, or unfortunately, depending on what side of this that you're on, because we're getting labor, we're rebuilding Ohio. So it's allowing that state to sustain itself and to go forward into the future, but it will come with a cost. And we're watching the cost play out, at this moment in time. So, and a governor who clearly is feckless, right? He's clearly sitting here looking goofy. It's kind of funny to me that, not saying he should be angry or what, but maybe more serious. Or give me something. Maybe it's only been 2 minutes though. Maybe he's gonna give me something. That's it.
And add 15,000 people onto that, you're going to have some challenges and some problems. And we're addressing those. We're working on those every single day. Primary care is essential. The other thing we're working a lot on is driving. We have Haitians who, frankly, many times have not driven before. We need to get more drivers training. And
right. The problem isn't the Haitians, though. The problem is the white people who feel like they're being left behind. And instead of you really focusing on, in your state, focus on all those poor white people across all the counties in Ohio. is saying, hey, what do y'all need from the government? You got to make a decision. Now, when you do that, you do open yourself up, because from a Republican perspective, hey, like Ronald said, the government can't help you. So what are you gonna tell these people? Why don't you tell them the truth? Let's start there. Let's tell them the truth and say, you guys are useless at this point. We can't have you. We don't even want your vote at this point. I don't want lazy people to vote. People who don't work for benefits, I'm good. We don't want your vote. So I don't understand why he just won't say that though.
We're working on that. So these are things that we are working on. Springfield is moving forward. I've always felt that, and as the governor of the state of Ohio, we want people who want to come here, who are legal, where they come from another state or another country, who want to work.
Right, but clearly legal isn't enough.
Governor,
This is a
let
state
me.
that is really moving forward.
So bottom line is you are asking for federal help. No one was eating any pets in Springfield, Ohio. So what would you say to Donald Trump for bringing up those baseless stories? Is it responsible for a presidential candidate, the former president of the United States, to make those baseless claims?
Look, there's a lot of garbage on the internet. And, this is a piece of garbage that was simply not true. There's no evidence of this at all. And look, here's what we're starting to see.
But I want you to address what you would say. Okay, but I do want you to address what you would say to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He's terrified. He's terrified. Why don't you have some balls, man? Be a man for once in your life.
Hate groups coming into Springfield. We don't need these hate groups. I saw a piece of literature yesterday that the mayor told me about from purportedly the KKK. Look, Springfield is a good city. They are good people. They're welcoming people. We have challenges every day. We are working on those challenges. Haitians are culturally, my wife Fran and I have seen this when we've been down in Haiti. The education is prized. So when you look at all of these things, people who want to work, people who value.
Remember, pay attention. He's not talking about white people at all. The only thing he should be talking about in this 8-minute video clip should be the white people who live there. Who are you selling the Haitians to? Everyone knows immigrants are hard workers. So why are we even talking about that? That's a given. Why don't you focus on your current constituents, many of them who probably don't even vote? They're doing a lot of talking, actually. Why don't you focus on those folks and what they should be doing and how they should be thinking about things? Because the Haitians can only contort themselves so much. They come there, they work, they eat, they go home. They work, they sleep, they eat, they go home. And that's pretty much going to be all of it at the end of the day, right? It's up to you to figure out how do you deal with your native population.
You, their kids who value education. These are positive influences on our community in Springfield. And any comment about that otherwise, I think is hurtful and is not helpful to the city of Springfield and the people of Springfield. This is a state on the move. It's a city on the move. These Haitians can be part of this, but there are challenges. And, I've talked to people at the White House. We need additional assistance. I think when you
Governor, I did let you talk there for a few minutes. I do want to go back to this. You had threats there in Springfield. Hospitals had to close. Schools had to close because of bomb threats. You are a huge supporter of J.D. Vance. He spread this conspiracy. 11 million people saw it on X. Is there a connection between threats to your state and what President Trump said and what J.D. Vance is doing online?
I think these discussions about Haitians eating dogs and cats and other things needs to stop. We need to focus on what is important. What is important is that we need primary care health to everyone in a very growing city, that we do other things in regard to housing. These are kind of basic things that we need to do. We need to focus on those and not this discussion about Haitians eating dogs. It's just not helpful. And again, these people are here legally. They're here legally, and they want to work, and they are in fact working. And when you talk to the employers, what the employers tell you is, we don't know what we would do without them. They are working, and they are working very hard, and they're fitting in with our native people from Springfield.
Well, she should be saying this anyway. I'm not anyway.
Who have been working in this shop or working in this manufacturing company for a long, long time. So that's what we need to focus on. And, this idea that we have hate groups coming in and this discussion just has to stop. We need to focus on moving forward and not dogs and cats being eaten. It's just ridiculous.
Also on Tuesday night, Trump refused to accept again the 2020 election results. He told false stories, as you noticed, and falsely claimed that he ordered National Guard troops, 10,000 Guard troops on January 6th. So how do you square all of this with your support for Donald Trump? Has it softened in any way?
Look, I said before, we knew who the nominee was going to be. I would support the Republican nominee for president. I am a Republican. I think if you look at the economy issues, and these are issues that I think the American people are most concerned about.
Big issues.
I think that Donald Trump is the best choice.
Yeah, you are definitely a traditional Republican. That's whoever the nominee is, you support. Yeah, that's how it is. I get it.
When Kamala Harris said the values that she has have never changed, I really think that was probably the only true statement that she made. They've stayed true, and you look at what they are. They're the same as what they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They want to confiscate your guns. They want to
flip-flopping.
It's a big deal when a prime minister comes to Congress and speaks, and she doesn't want to go because she's at a sorority party. But that wasn't really the reason. The real reason is that she hates Israel. And I say that Israel will not exist in 2 years from now if she's elected president. And she'll be very happy if that happened. Israel will not mark me down. They have a hat. And I didn't put it. They say, Trump was right about everything. I've been right about everything. So I end on that. And I just want to say that I'm going to hopefully be elected. Polls have gone way up since the debate. I'm going to be reelected and come in for a second time.
The polls are still tight.
As I said, much better the second time than we did the first, but some bad things happened.
We're
doing it now, and more importantly, I'm looking to the future. We're going to make our country out. We're bringing them back to Venezuela. He told Biden he's not accepting anybody back. They moved all their criminals. Not all of them, but the rest are moving in now. They emptied their jails in Venezuela, emptied their criminals, emptied the nests. They call them nests of bad people. They're all now in the United States, and they're now taking over cities. It's like an invasion from within. And we're going to have the largest deportation in the history of our country. And we're going to start with Springfield and Aurora.
Wow.
Okay?
That's a tough statement, boy.
No. The real threat is what's happening at our border, because you have thousands of people being killed by illegal migrants coming in and also dying. You have women dying as they come up. They're coming up in large groups. We call it a caravan. I think I came up with that name, but it's really what it is. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people. And you have large numbers of women being killed in those caravans coming up to this country. And then when they get here, they can go into the real problems. Well, if you go to the people of California, they don't want to have sanctuary cities anymore. They're tired of sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities are really blocks that protect bad people from deportation and other problems. And they're going to do it. And our federal government has tremendous power, but we're not going to let states, even like California, even though I know it's largely a sanctuary state, essentially, but we're not going to let that happen to the people of California. They want these people out. They're just as scared as everybody else. The people of Ohio are scared. the people of Colorado. You have a governor there who's very weak. He doesn't know what to do. And he doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of it, as per your question, they don't want to talk about what's happening. They say it's so bad for the city. Let's not go public. Let's live with it for a little while. Maybe it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It's going to get worse. It's going to get so bad. You know what we're experiencing now is they're just getting settled in. There's 21 million people that have come in. They're just getting settled in.
Million.
It's going to get much worse. It's going to get worse at a level like nobody's ever seen before. Go ahead. Yeah. That's right.
A lot of fear porn.
And there are companies leaving because they cannot stand what's happening right now to our country. And one of the reasons I'm doing this today is to let them know you're not going to have to leave because we're going to take care of the problem. They have a tremendous crime problem. Like if you're in Los Angeles, look at the crime numbers. And then you have the FBI lying about the numbers, saying the numbers went down. But anybody with common sense know the numbers are through the roof. I didn't know they were as high as they are. But think of it. How good is a person from a government agency that would release the numbers when they saw that I was unfairly targeted by ABC, president again? And I don't say it. I didn't say it. I sort of would be embarrassed to say it. But he said everybody was afraid of Trump. He said China was afraid, Russia was afraid, North Korea was afraid. Everybody was afraid. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. And they said it was going to take 5 years, right? The generals in Washington. I went there and met a great general and some great people. And I said, go to it. And he took them out in 4 weeks, 100% of the ISIS caliphate. I flew there. I flew to short order. There's the ceremony. And then they asked me if I'd go down to the graves of their children. They called them their children, that they always will be their children. And there were tears all over, as there should be. And they said, sir, could you take pictures with me by the grave of my son, in one case, a daughter? And I said, I'd love to. And I took pictures with them for a while, and then I left, and that was it. And I got home, and I got a call from the people in the campaign. Sir, the Biden people are saying that you did this for publicity. If people knew how hard it was to get there, because I was coming from a location that was very far away, and yet they were having the ceremony, and I really felt, I had them up to Bedminster, most of the family members, and I got to know them. They're great people. Their sons and daughter, just as though Kamala shot them with a pistol in her hand or his hand, they were killed by Biden and Kamala. They were killed. They should have never left from that airfield. They should have left for Bagram. We should have never given up Bagram. Bagram now is controlled by China. The reason we shouldn't have given it up was not because of Afghanistan. The reason we shouldn't have given it up, 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, and I wasn't giving it up. We were getting out quickly and effectively. I'm the one that got the numbers down to less than 5,000 soldiers. But I would have never left unless they fulfilled their obligations under an agreement. I had a wonderful agreement, but the agreement said you have to do this, this, this. They didn't do 3 of the first 5 things, so therefore they would have done it. Abdul was the leader, and he wouldn't have done it, and he would have never done that to us. And just in finishing up with the situation with the 13 dead, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind, and leaving a lot of Americans behind, a lot of Americans. And you know what else? Leaving a lot of soldiers badly wounded. Nobody ever talks about them, but I do. Some people get 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a very dishonest system over here. If I ran with an honest vote counter in California, I would win California. But the votes are not counted honestly. It's a very dishonest system that you have in California. And I'd make it business friendly. Right now, it's business unfriendly. Look, Elon Musk is a friend of mine. He endorsed me very powerfully. He endorses me every time he speaks. He really wants to see us win because he knows we can do a great job and turn it around. He left California. I said to him, Elon, did anybody ever call you? It's a big company. He moved to Texas. A lot of people moving to Texas. Great state. Excellent governor and excellent lieutenant governor. Great people. They love entrepreneurs. They love the people that live there. They want to keep their taxes low. Taxes are way too high here. But I said to Elon, so you have a big company and you're moving it to Texas from California. Did anybody call you, like the governor, to try and get you to stay? No. Did anybody see you, write a letter, do anything to try and keep you to stay? You have thousands of jobs. He said, nobody ever called. There'd be so many things you could do. This would be the easiest place to turn around if they knew what to do. Look at it. I mean, look at the weather. We're standing out here on the Pacific Ocean in the most beautiful weather. A lot of states don't have weather like this. They don't have Pacific Oceans. So it's many things you could do, but you start with lowering taxes and making it friendly. But think of it, Elon Musk, a great guy, brilliant guy, big company, lots of jobs, leaving. Nobody even calls him to try and get him to stay. I would have been on him. I would have said, let's have lunch, let's have dinner, and then let's have breakfast the following morning, right? I would have tried to talk him out of it. Yeah, go ahead, please. No, I don't know that much about it. No, I don't. I know she's a big fan of the campaign, but I really don't know. I would say that, well, she brings a spirit to us that a lot of people have. We have very spirited people. And in all fairness to her, she hates seeing what's happened to the country, I guess. I mean, she hates seeing what's happened to the country. So do I. It's very sad. It's very sad when I have to stand out here on my property and say how bad California is. Did you have another one? They are. Well, we're going to help them. And I told John, the local mayor, but I told John we're going to help him with his slide problem. You know, there are ways of fixing that. We discussed it. He knows better than anybody. And he needs help from the federal government. He needs help from the state government. And it's a very wealthy area. But you also have people living here that are elderly and have fixed incomes and have houses that are going to be, you know, shoved into the Pacific Ocean if something's not done. And he wants it taken care of. He's a great mayor. He wants it taken care of. He wants nothing for himself. He just wants to help these people. And John, I think you said you have about 600 houses on the site that's sliding. And he'd like to be able to save those houses for people, that some of which will never be able to have a house again. You know, it's pretty sad. No, I'm not selling. No, I love it. I mean, I use it as a method of getting out my word. You know, when it opened, it went way high, but then the SEC gave us nothing but problems. We had to go through a long process with the SEC. But people think that I'm leaving. That's why they're down. Because if I leave, you know, it's different if I leave. But I'm not leaving. I love it. I think it's great. Mechanically, it works the best. And again, I'm friendly with Elon. And Elon would love me to come over to X. But I just, you know, I have close to 100 million people on X. I had 230 million people on X. And then they shut me down. And I said, I'm not going to let that happen again. You know that. I had hundreds of millions of people on X and Facebook and Instagram. I think more than anybody. Zuckerberg told me at the White House, he said, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. This is a number of years ago. And then all of a sudden I went from being number one to having no voice. And after about 2 or 3 weeks, because I have a lot to say, I put out old-fashioned press statements, like a press statement. And they got really successful and they did very well. And then we built this platform. And the reason I built it is because I don't want to have my voice shut down. But a lot of people think that I'll sell my shares. You know, they're worth billions of dollars, but I don't want to sell my shares. I'm not going to sell my shares. I don't need money. And it is for me, it's a great voice. It's a great voice. And it's a voice, it works so well And we just won. As you know, we got final approval from the SEC. It took us a long time. And that really turned it off. You know, when I originally opened that stock, it went from about 2 to about 182. Did you know that? It was the biggest increase in the history of the stock market. I believe, I have to say I believe, because you're going to find one company, maybe more, who knows. But I believe it was the single biggest movement. And I think I was worth 61 billion from that one stock. And then we had nothing but problems with the SEC. And it gets whittled down. But I didn't do it for the money. I did it because I really wanted to have a strong voice. And it's a great voice for me. And as long as my voice is on there, it's going to always be good. But a lot of people think the reason it's down is that a lot of people think I'm going to sell. And if I sell, it wouldn't be the same. I could understand that. But I have absolutely no intention of selling. Okay? I agree.
What will you help people in this state whose homes are being damaged again and again, or are falling off of these cliffs right behind us, or burned down, or for the people across the country whose homes are jeopardized by natural disasters?
This is my favorite question of the day. You're asking me what would I do for, let's talk California first. Is that okay? Do you mind? So I was riding with Devin Nunes and some congressmen 4 years ago. I was riding up north in California, and I looked at these fields that were massive. I was telling John, right? It's my favorite question. I love that somebody would ask me this question, and I never told you to do it, right? Who are you with? Good. Spectrum. It's good. New, hot, right? It's hot. It's doing well, but that's because you ask good questions. So what happened, I'm saying why I look at this field, and it's massive, and in the middle of the field is a little spot of the most green, plush land you've ever seen. I said, and then I'd see another one, these little plots, like 1 and 2 acres, and you'd have 1,000 acres that's barren and dead and dark. And I said, what's the problem here? What is that green acreage? The soil is unbelievably fertile, but they have no water. I said, so do you have a drought? No, we don't have a drought. We have the water is cut off upstate, up in the north. You know that? And the water, in order to protect a certain little tiny fish called a smelt, they send millions and millions of gallons of water out to the Pacific Ocean, way up north, never even gets close to here. And in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, all these rich areas, they want to give you like 38 gallons of water to use. You buy a house for a lot of money, and then you're allowed to use 38 gallons of water. But you have no water down here. And the reason you have no water, you have the canals. The reason you have no water is because Gavin Newsom didn't want to do it. I had it all done. I had the Department of Commerce at the time. Believe it or not, they're the ones that rule on this particular issue. So you have millions of gallons of water pouring down from the north with the snow caps in Canada and all pouring down. And they have essentially a very large faucet. And you turn the faucet, and it takes 1 day to turn it. It's massive. It's as big as the wall of that building right there behind you. And you turn that, and all of that water goes aimlessly into the Pacific. And if they turned it back, all of that water would come right down here and right into Los Angeles. They wouldn't have to have people not use more than 30 gallons and 32 gallons. They want to do that, they're trying to do that. And you have so much water, and all those fields that are right now barren, the farmers would have all the water they needed. And you could.
Now, why isn't this one viral? Why isn't it's be little things like this that Trump find out? You got to fact check this, verify this is true or not. But even if it's somewhat true, it's just interesting that things like he was talking about the forest fires and stuff, and certain things you can do to deal with that. The question is California purposely making things worse to make a reality that don't exist? Hyperbolic about everything when it comes to climate change. And because it's dogmatic at this point, they're going to lie about it. It's like religion at this point. So once it switches over to religion, they're going to start lying about it. They have to make it true, even if there are signs of things maybe getting better or whatever. So anyway.
could revert water up into the hills where you have all the dead forests, where the forests are so brittle, because no place is like California. I go to Austria. The head of Austria tells me, we have trees that are much more flammable than what you have in California. We never have forest fires because they maintain their forests. And you have all that water that could be used as water, what they call water flow, where where the land would be damp. And you'd stop many of these horrible fires that are costing billions and billions of dollars by the federal government, et cetera. So one thing I'm going to do for California, vote for me, California. I'm going to give you safety. I'm going to give you a great border. And I'm going to give you more water than almost anybody has. And the farmers up north are going to be able to use 100% of their land, not 1% of their land. And the water is going to come all the way down to Los Angeles. And you're going to have more water than you ever saw. And the smelt is not making it anyway. In fact, they make and grow smelt because it dies all the way up and down the line. And they put stuff that was artificially made. You know that. So you're going to have water in California at a level that you've never seen before. The farmers are going to do great. Those fields are going to be all green instead of 1% green. And maybe even more important, you're not going to have illegal immigrants pouring into your country and killing your family. You're not going to have the problems that you have right now. We're going to lower your taxes. We're going to bring the car industry back because your car industry is gone. We're bringing it back to Detroit at levels that you'll never see again. We'll bring it back to better than it was 30 years ago. But with this group, everything is dead. The automobile industry is dead. The water coming here is dead. And Gavin Newsom is going to sign those papers. And if he doesn't sign those papers, we won't give him money to put out all his fires. And if we don't give him the money to put out his fires, he's got problems. He's a lousy governor. And he treated me very nicely, and I treated him very nicely when I was president. But he's done a lousy job. But there's a case. I said, Gavin, will you sign? It took him like a month and a half or 2 months, and then he decided for political reasons. And then we got hit with COVID, and we had to solve another problem. But you're going to have so much money, Mr. Mayor. You're going to have so much money from economic activity and growth. And you're going to have water like you never thought. Now, in your case, maybe you don't want so much water. But we'll bypass your beautiful area. But we have tremendous amounts, millions of gallons of water that's shoved right into the Pacific Ocean where it doesn't make a dent. And all of that water is going to take care of California. And nobody can make a bigger promise than that. You're not going to have to do desalinization plants, which a lot of people want to do. Very expensive to do, but it's better than the alternative of no water. So California, vote for Trump. And you're going to have water, and you're going to have growth, and you're going to have prosperity, and all those people that are leaving are going to really come back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, there, very lengthy Donald Trump remarks followed by...
That's when he's in the pocket right there, though. That is when he's in the pocket. So let me switch over to... maybe a little bit of I think I'm gonna play the Phoenix Awards dinner at the White House. I might play some of that, a little bit of this Hillary's conversation and how Europeans view Kamala. Let me see what they're talking about here first. Share this page.
On full display at the convention in Chicago. Harris's calls for a ceasefire and her more forthright recognition of Palestine is the time to get. Can Europe have a new course?
This is part of the Scowcroft Centre for Strategy and Security. John Scardino, spokesperson for Democrats Abroad UK, and Greg Swenson is chairperson of Republicans Overseas UK. You're all very welcome to Roundtable. Elizabeth, I'll come to you first. You get the impression that as November is creeping up quite quickly now, a lot of European leaders would actually welcome Kamala Harris more than a Trump 2.0 presidency.
That is certainly the feeling one gets. And I have to say, as somebody who lived in San Francisco when she was district attorney and has seen her over the years, I have to say it's remarkable that now all of a sudden she seems to be the front runner for president of the United States, and that most of that transformation has taken place in just the past few months. But what we saw a few months ago was a vice president who was not particularly confident when it came to foreign policy, and indeed with other parts of the world. And now we have seen this transformation where she seems to have a better grasp of the rest of the world, and indeed to the point where foreign leaders are saying, well, actually, this is somebody we can work with, and that's where we are at the moment.
John, it's been a fascinating transformation because for 4 years, we've certainly on this side of the pond heard virtually nothing from Kamala Harris. Why was that?
It's a combination of factors. Number one, the vice president's role is not like the chancellor's role in the UK or that kind of thing. It's a supportive role. She's not in the spotlight as much. And in particular, when she first came into office in 2020, you may remember that the U.S. Senate was split right down the middle, 50 Republicans, 50 Democrats. So she, as vice president, has the tie-breaking vote. So she was limited to how far she could travel from Washington. She might be called at any time to come in and cast a vote on something. And I mean, there were some restrictions on sort of how far away she could go because of that. So that was for a limited period. But it did sort of, she didn't start off from a very high point, and the nature of the job, I think, does kind of constrict her. She does seem to be finding her voice, certainly. I mean, she's had a very good few weeks, both before and during the convention. She seems very confident in the profile that she's projecting and some of the policies that she's beginning to roll out. You saw her economic outlines a couple of weeks ago, a few days before the convention. So it looks like she's really emerging in quite a strong way.
You must be pleased.
Yeah, very, very pleased. I mean, we like Joe Biden very much. We Democrats like Joe Biden. I think there was a lot of admiration for him as a president. I think he was very successful. And I think this is sort of the best of all worlds. I mean, she does, as Elizabeth was saying, she is quite capable on a number of levels. She's had some very good experience as Attorney General of California, as a former senator. She was a presidential candidate herself. She's still got some hills to climb in a number of ways. I'm sure we'll get into that as we talk. But I think she's been an incredibly appealing candidate, and I think somebody that, as you were saying, that Europeans, I think, will enjoy seeing emerge and will like what they see.
Greg, Trump is your man. He had a big lead over Joe Biden, if we believe all the polls. Mm-hmm. And almost day by day, it's being chipped away by Kamala Harris. How worried are you?
I'm not even sure it was chipped away. And it happened pretty quickly. As soon as she became the candidate and they kicked Joe Biden to the side of the road, she went right away up in the polls. She's campaigning without doing interviews, without doing press conferences. So they've kind of turned her into the next Barack Obama, campaigning on things like hope and joy and all these somewhat subjective things. So in many ways, we still haven't seen her yet. And I think so there is a chance that will change. But these last 5 weeks have been nothing but perfectly executed by the Democrats and by the campaign. So right now, I think even in the first week, she caught right up to Trump in the polls. If anything, maybe the last 2 weeks, it's faded a bit, but not materially. So, she's doing well. And I think the Europeans don't know her like the Americans do, and that's probably a good thing. Most Americans will think about Kamala Harris as John pointed out, she was the tiebreaker in the Senate for 2 years. So she was the deciding vote on the two spending plans that no Republicans voted for, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act. And then both of those are blamed for causing the inflation that's really hit American people, American workers especially. And then the last thing they'll probably remember for is more recently is covering up, like many Democrats did, covering up for Joe Biden, saying to the public that he was robust and he had great energy and he was traveling and his schedule was full, and then completely flipping in a very short amount of time. And I don't think that European viewers will get that. But those are the three things I think Americans will understand that Europeans will not.
Okay, I just want to go back to John on that. Did she cover up for Joe Biden?
No, I think I certainly always said that it was Biden's decision to make, and I couldn't get inside of his mind and determine whether it was a concern or not. He felt, and he said since then, he felt like he could have run and he could have won if he did win. But at the time, there was no committee or commission that was saying to him, this is something you need to step aside. There were advisors and a number of other political leaders who were giving them their
puppet as president of
No
the United
puppet,
States.
no puppet.
And it's possible there's only one woman who truly understands what Vice President Kamala Harris experienced at the debate in Philadelphia Tuesday night, and that's Hillary Clinton. This morning, the 2016 Democratic nominee for president is in conversation with our Aaron Moriarty.
Downs and the extraordinary opportunities and setbacks, everything that happens in a life.
Hillary Rodham Clinton says that poignant performance inspired her to do something that doesn't come easy, opening up in a new book called Something Lost, Something Gained.
It's not my comfort zone, I'll be honest. I've always been a pretty private person.
But as she approaches her 77th birthday, the former First Lady, U.S. Senator, and Secretary of State says she is finally willing to share some of the wisdom she's gained and what it has cost her.
There were setbacks that I got back up from and kept going. So I feel something gained over a long life is a way of looking back and saying, what did you do with the gifts and opportunities you were given?
One of the toughest setbacks, losing people that Clinton had turned to, witness that
19, where breaths and prayer and just constant
deeper perspective on
write about. And how do you rebuild trust? And how do you rebuild the relationship? And is it worth it? Is it something I want to invest in? And when I went through all of those questions, the answers were yes, yes, and yes.
In her book, Clinton, who had long hoped to be the first woman to become the U.S. president, says her loss in 2016 has been hard to shake, even 8 years later.
Since 2016,
Horsford and Terry.
I was trying. I don't want to hear about her whining and complaining about being a loser. She must be giving some advice in that little bit of clip. I don't know what that's a good clickbait clip. But she ain't really talking about
Sewell.
Take your seats.
I wanted to stream this yesterday, but I got busy doing something. So this is a very quick speech.
We've been reflecting on the power of this year's.
Yes, she did.
And now it's time for all of us to do ours. The Congressional Black Caucus is proud to have joined with the Vice President in her launch of the Opportunity Tours earlier this year and the release of her Opportunity Economy agenda, an agenda that lifts all of us up. As we leave the annual legislative conference and return to our home states and communities, let us take all of the information that we've learned, the ideas that we've gleaned, and the shared goals of winning together and share it with our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. And when we win this November, we will be in a better position to champion equity, justice, and dignity for everyone. It is this collective commitment that we need to move from vision to victory.
And there's one particular leader in particular who wants to express our deep gratitude. We want to express our deep gratitude. And with all that he has done for all of us, we want to honor him and thank him for helping to amplify Black voices and bring us from vision to victory. Because we know when we vote, he has been a champion for justice. He's not only saved the soul of our nation, defended our democracy, and steered us toward an economic recovery that has created jobs, grown businesses, and lifted children out of poverty. He has been an example to this nation, and he has served us well.
So now let's watch a little bit of the legacy of this great leader.
President Joe Biden. Tonight, we honor a leader whose enduring commitment to justice, equity, and opportunity has left an indelible mark in the lives of millions of Americans. President Joe Biden, throughout his decades of public service, has consistently championed the rights and dignity of the Black community, standing shoulder to shoulder in the fight for a more just and inclusive society. From his early years in the Senate to his historic tenure as the 46th President of the United States, President Biden has been a steadfast advocate for civil rights. He made history by appointing Ketanji Brown Jackson as the first Black woman to the Supreme Court, and has also appointed more Black judges to the federal judiciary than all of his predecessors combined, significantly advancing diversity and representation in the legal system. He played a pivotal role in the recognition of Juneteenth as a federal holiday. In 2021, President Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law, marking June 19th as a federal holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States. This historic move underscores Biden's commitment to acknowledging and celebrating African American history and promoting racial justice. President Biden's deep and long relationship with the Congressional Black Caucus reflects his unwavering belief in the power of collective progress. From appointing the most diverse administration in U.S. history to ensuring the voices of Black Americans are heard at the highest levels of government, he has proven his dedication to building a country that lives up to its highest ideals. With this award, we recognize not just his legislative achievements, but his lifelong dedication to justice, and bestow the Congressional Black Caucus's highest honor, the Lifetime Achievement Award, to President Joseph Biden.
Distinguished guests, please join us as we introduce and honor with the Congressional Black Caucus Lifetime Achievement Award a steadfast friend to the Congressional Black Caucus and a leader for all Americans, the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Disappointment was my closest friend, but then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never showed his face again. That's why your love keeps on lifting me higher, higher and higher. I said your love keeps
Hello, CBC. Hello, hello, hello. Please have a seat. I'm honored to be with so many friends. The CBC, you put your trust in me. You've always had my back, and I never forget it. CBC Chairman Stephen Horsford, Terry Sewell, CBC Foundation Chair, and Leader Hakeem Jeffries. This evening's performers and hosts, Fantasia, Sherry Shepard, Roy Wood Jr. Roy's become a friend. He did the White House Correspondents' Dinner together. He hosted the White House Juneteenth event. Yesterday, I was proud to host, and very proud, I mean it sincerely, the first ever White House brunch celebration of Black excellence. For more than 1,000 of you attended in this CBC week. And tonight, I'm honored to join your dinner tonight. Congratulations to night honorees, and thank you to all the CBC members, staff, alumni, including those who serve across my administration, including the former chair and former HUD Secretary Marcia Fudge, and especially our incredible Vice President Kamala Harris. Best decision I made. We're also keeping our prayers, CBC Titans most recently lost, Ada Bernice Johnson, Donald Payne Jr., Sheila Jackson Lee. Their memories and their legacies. The legacy of the CBC remind me of a parable in Scripture, which has the smallest amount of faith, the size of a mustard seed, anything is possible. Our dreams, our wildest dreams of our ancestors, can take root and grow in the bountiful and beautiful harvest to come. That's what I want to talk to you about very briefly tonight, what I see in all of you. As I've said before, we face an inflection point comes around every 5 or 6 generations. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will literally determine the fate of the nation and the world for decades to come. We're continuing to be in a battle for the very soul of America. In 2020, I ran for president to redeem the soul of America, to restore decency and some dignity to the office of the presidency. I ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. And I ran to unite the country and remind ourselves, when we're together, we've got a damn thing we can't do. Together in 2020, we started that work of protecting our democracy. Kamala and I received 81 million votes in 2020, the most ever, led by black voters all across America. And Donald Trump lost, became a defeated president. In the past 4 years, we showed democracy can deliver for our people. Donald Trump's failed presidency eroded trust in whether democracy could meet the needs of the nation. We know that trust was eroding long before he took office. What's democracy? If justice, opportunity, freedom are denied to too many people for too long. But Kamala and I made a commitment to you to prove that democracy is the way, to reject the zero-sum view of America that says, if you win, I lose. If you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. Maybe worst of all, if I hold you down, I lift myself up. Instead of embracing the bigger and broader view of America, if any one of us do well, we all do well. With help of the CBC, we went big and we went bold, and yes, the result, yes, we are better off today than we were 4 years ago. And I'm being very sincere when I say a big reason why the Congress boasts the highest number of black members in American history. Together, we've delivered one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever. Future harvest of endless possibilities. COVID no longer controls our lives. Together, we spearheaded the most equitable economic recovery in American history. Historic low black unemployment, record growth in black small businesses, with more money in the pockets, and we've cut back on child poverty for blacks in half. The racial wealth gap, the smallest in 20 years. And we're finally, I've been fighting for this for a long, long time, we're finally reconnecting black neighbors that were cut off by old highways and disinvested decades ago. Removing every poisonous lead pipe in America, so every child in America can drink clean water without fear of brain damage. We're delivering affordable high-speed broadband, so no child has to do their homework outside of McDonald's parking lot. We're protecting and expanding Obamacare. And after all the years, I finally beat Big Pharma and significantly lowered drug prices for seniors. And before we too long, we're going to make sure that's available to every single person in America, not just seniors. We're putting home ownership within reach. That's how we build generational wealth. We're making the most significant investment ever in climate, including the most significant action on environment ever. We relieved student debt for 5 million borrowers and a significant number of black borrowers. But I said I'd do this a long time ago, finally got done. We're investing a record $17 billion in HBCUs. We took executive action on police reform. We continue calling for the law to be written as the law of the land. We started the process of reclassifying marijuana and pardoned thousands of convictions for mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using marijuana or have a barrier to job, housing, loans, or other opportunities because of that. It's something I'm really proud of. Together, we put the first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States, as I promised I would. I'm excited to announce tonight that we selected the first class of Fulbright John Lewis Civil Rights Fellows, who will learn how to establish and protect freedom and justice and equity, not just at home, but around the world. There's so much more we're doing to help people walk into a life of generational wealth, to be the providers for their families, leaders in their communities, dreamers and doers of our nation. In fact, in just 4 years, the leadership of the CBC, we're making the most significant investment in black America ever in all of American history. Let's be clear. There are old ghosts in new garments trying to seize your power, and extremists coming for your freedoms, making it harder to vote and have your vote counted, closing doors of opportunity, attacking affirmative action, in the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Banning books, erasing history. My predecessor calls the insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol on January 6th patriots. But when peaceful protesters marched for justice for George Floyd, Trump wanted to send in the military, but they wouldn't go. He says immigrants, black and brown immigrants, poison the blood of our country. Right now, his running mate is attacking Haitian Americans in Ohio. It's wrong. It's got to stop. Any president should reject hate in America and incite, not incite it. Folks, during this battle for the soul of the nation, we have to preserve our democracy. We must speak out against lies and hate, told for power and profit. We must show up. We must look to the future. And I'm looking to you to help lead the way, to help push us forward, to be the country we say we are, a country of freedom, justice, and equality, proving that black history is American history. And black excellence is American excellence. Let me close with this. The Psalms teach us, and I quote, I've been young and now I'm old, which is true. And yet, I have not seen the righteous forsaken. I have not seen the righteous forsaken. In 1971, as a 28-year-old kid, I decided to run for the United States Senate because of segregation in my city, my state. 13 black members of Congress came together then to establish the Congressional Black Caucus. That same year, a founding member of the CBC began exploring the historic run for president. I knew Shirley Chisholm. I served with her. She was righteous. She planted bushes full of mustard seed of faith. In the course of the last 50 years, I've seen those seeds weather storm and stripe and blossom into something amazing. I've served as vice president of the first black president and former CBC member. I am president alongside the first black president and former CBC member. And God willing, she'll become the first woman of the President of the United States of America. And Akeem will become the first black Speaker of the House. But folks, we have work to do. So my challenge to you is to keep the faith, to do the work, because we know faith without works is dead. In this moment, I think of what Shirley said. She said, quote, freedom is an endless horizon, and there are many roads that lead to it. The last 4 years, I've been honored to stand by a true partner who's helped us lead to the horizon of freedom, a journey where character and public life still matters in America. Kamala Harris meets the highest standards of character. I've served with her. I know her. I trust her. And I'll be proud to stand at the steps of the United States Capitol and watch her take the oath of office as President of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kamala Harris for the people.
Good evening, CBC. Can we please give it up for our President Joe Biden? Oh, it's good to be back. Please have a seat, everyone. Please have a seat. I have to say, it is so good to be back. And let me just say about Joe Biden, hello to all my Divine Nine brothers and sisters and my sorors. And to all my HBCU brothers and sisters. But let me just talk for a moment about Joe Biden. It has been the honor of my lifetime to serve as his vice president. And I'll tell you, I have worked very closely with him, whether we are in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. Joe Biden is always fighting for the American people. And I do know that history will show what we here all know. He has been one of the most transformative presidents in American history. And so I thank you, Joe Biden, for everything you are and everything you have yet to do. And thank you also to all the leaders of CBC, Chair Stephen Horsford, CBCF Chair Terry Sewell, and ALC co-chairs Troy Carter and Lucy McBath for your years of service to CBC and to our nation. I also want to thank Hakeem Jeffries, who will be the next Speaker of the House. Yes, he will. And nobody knows how to quote Biggie better than Hakeem. Assistant Leader Joe Neguse, thank you for your leadership. And I cannot go further without thanking the great, great Congressman Jim Clyburn. So tonight I must also speak the names of incredible leaders who were my friends, who were our friends, and with whom I had the honor of closely working over the years. Representatives Eddie Bernice Johnson, Donald Payne Jr., and Sheila Jackson Lee. And I know that their work will live on through ours. And finally, to all the members of the CBC, over the years, we have worked so closely together on so many important issues, from addressing the crisis of maternal mortality, to expanding access to capital for small businesses, to defending the sacred freedom to vote. And I thank you, CBC, always for that partnership and your leadership as a proud, I'm gonna say still, member of CBC. So for more than half a century, everyone here knows the Congressional Black Caucus has served as the conscience of the Congress and of our nation. And as a proud former CBC member, I know firsthand America relies on the leaders in this room, not only for a conscience, but for a vision. The CBC has always had a vision for the future of our nation, a future where we can see what is possible, unburdened by what has been. A future where we fulfill the promise of America, a promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all. And today, that vision, our vision, is under profound threat. While we move and fight to move our nation forward toward a brighter future, Donald Trump and his extremist allies intend to take our nation backward. They will give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations, cut Social Security and Medicare, and end the Affordable Care Act, which the CBC fought so hard to pass. But we are not going back. We are not going back. No, we will chart a new way forward. We together have a vision of a future for our country where no person has to go broke just because they got sick. We have a vision that understands then the importance of strengthening the Affordable Care Act. Remember, they tried to name it Obamacare thinking people wouldn't like it? People love it. He wants to talk about people love it. People love the ACA. Even though the former president tried almost 60 times to get rid of it, it is intact, helping hundreds of millions of people in our country. We have a vision of our country where we understand that the access to health care should not be a privilege just of those who can afford it. It should be a right. And that is why together we cap the cost of prescription drugs for our seniors, and we'll cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. We actually have a plan for health care, not just concepts of a plan. Concepts. We have a vision of a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so we will build, yes, what I call an opportunity economy, so every person has an opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build intergenerational wealth, including my plan to help create 25 million new small businesses in the next 4 years. Ours is a vision of a future where we protect our most fundamental freedoms, including the freedom to vote, which is why we will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And we will continue to fight for the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. Because we here know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do. And CBC, when you pass a bill to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. So to continue to realize our vision for the future of our nation, we have some hard work ahead of us. But I know we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom and for the future. And now the baton is in our hands. I truly believe that America is ready to turn the page on the politics of division and hate. And to do it, our nation is counting on the leadership in this room. So to everyone here, no matter what state or district you live in or represent, I thank you in advance for your work, the work you have done and will continue to do to register people to vote, and to get folks to the polls. Each of us has a job to do. And the bottom line is, we know what we stand for, and that's why we know what we fight for. And when the CBC fights, we win. I thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody.
Now I let that play.
Horsford and Terry
I let
A.
that play.
Sewell.
I let that whole thing play. Now, if I was a Democrat, if I was a part of these, these pro-black communities, these reparation communities, and all these other, far left communities that are out there, I would be surprised. Now this played, I watched this live yesterday. I wish I would have got tickets to it. I watched this live yesterday, and what I was surprised about was that I'm gonna go on. Maybe somebody's clipped this up and they're taking some points from it. Maybe not. And it seems like a lot of people are very obedient. It kind of reminds me of with Obama. People had maybe a little uncomfortable, or they wanted to ask for some things, or they want to put a little bit of pressure on it. But it felt like the moment of having a quote unquote person of color or colored person running for office is to sort of kind of be a little bit more cowardly, I guess, to some degree, or to cower, somewhat. And so I wonder if anybody in the audience is like, well, what about us? And I'm not trying to make this too crazy. I'm gonna really let it just kind of ride, because it's not my problem. It's not my fight, right? I'm gonna let it kind of ride. But it's interesting that the celebration of Joe Biden is basically cleaning up, his past. I won't say anything hyperbolic about it. I'm gonna let that go. Let the ether do what the ether does with that. But so he said what he said. Very problematic. A lot of statements. I just wanted it to play all the way through. But some of the things he said is to me is absolutely ridiculous and nonsensical. And he definitely is not. Anyway, I can't even do it because it's gonna, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it. For him to be able to get it to go on stage and say this in this time frame that we're living in right now, it's rich. But okay, cool. It's all good. It's levels to it. It's class. It's power. I get it, right? It's all good. But it's interesting that sometimes we get painted as just these downtrodden, struggling, suffering people, and on the same side, in the same breath, that we can give out an award at some fancy dinner at the White House. But I'm gonna let that be. Okay, it is what it is. Hopefully, some of the people who are much more informed than me will do some videos on this. Maybe let's see if anybody picks it up. But anyway, when you look at what I'm gonna leave Joe alone for the moment, because I have serious issues with him. But I'm gonna let that be. I'm gonna use some self-control, right? Now she spoke for maybe 15 minutes, I think, or whatever, right? And she basically hit all her stump speech talking points. The crowd somewhat, I guess, liked it. I guess, right? And I guess, like I said, people are maybe being obedient because they'd rather get her in than worry about putting pressure on what they want from her, which is fine, right? You do what you want to do. It's a free country. What's interesting is that Obama pretty much glamored people because he was a very great orator. But right now, we live in a time where people are demanding things and asking for things. And maybe it's not penetrating enough, or maybe they're being very strategic about making sure that they don't come in contact with those people. Because if the Democrats allow this person to become president, I'm gonna be very honest with you. I'm not entertaining any other black person asking for anything from the Democratic Party. What I mean by that is I'm no longer interacting with any black quote unquote Democrats. If this woman wins this presidency, gets in the office, and she does not address black issues, because I just watched for 20 minutes of her talking about every and all and we and us, but but when she's saying this language, she's not talking about black people. She's talking about all of America, which is great. I'm fine. If we live in a post-racial society and we're all the same and we're all equal, and the only difference of equality is going to be class-based, okay, if we're here, we're here. But you got to tell me that so we can remove these caucuses based off of race: Hispanic caucus, Black caucus, Asian caucus, etc. We can just have one. It can be broken up by maybe class or by other organizations or whatever, right? Because if you're gonna leverage race once again, and it's gonna make me, I'm trying to not sound like certain people on the internet who is using race to get something. I'm not really trying to. It's forcing me into that position, though, right? If her job as a politician, that she works for the people, and the people who got Joe Biden, who closed up Joe Biden's election. And matter of fact, even though I would put the onus on white women who lost Hillary the election, if you look at some of those states, a lot of black folks didn't even vote for him. Y'all didn't know. I mean, thousands, several thousands, did not even vote at the top of the ticket because of the disdain for her. Some folks might say, Russia propaganda is involved in that, but her calling us super predators was enough for very intelligent black people who knew better. I think this time around, when you're using color sort of helps soften. I think, and Obama proved it already. Sort of help offset some of that angst that people might have, and also maybe even to some level neutralize. Because the argument is this: do we beat up on our candidate? Because even the progressives are being nice, which is shocking. When this woman says that she has a gun and Tim has a gun, we're doing this. I'm impressed that the progressives are to some degree, have self-control. They don't have any control. It's shocking, but it's a small window of time, right? If this was a year, they wouldn't be able to contain themselves, obviously, right? But it's 51 days, whatever. So maybe they can hold their breaths for 50 more days and pray that she gets put in and then go crazy like they typically do. But anyway, it's interesting that when you don't get what you want, I just don't want to hear it. I don't hear no complaining. I don't want to hear anything. Because Obama ran for 4 years. I tell people he's not doing anything. Wait till his second term. He wins the second term. I'm going to leave that there. Fine. No biggie, right? It is what it is. Let's move forward. 2024. You have a moment now where black people across America, I don't care about your social economical positions. If you want something, if you're demanding something, if you're asking for something based off of culture, class, or race, this is the moment, right? This is the moment, right? You would argue that some people on the left may argue that Joe Biden did enough, or did some things, or did some things that make us maybe feel good, or put policies in place to improve some of our lives. I will wait to see the data. It's only been 3 years. Let's give it a little bit more time, maybe, and maybe there'll be some data that show that we have some improvements, and some of the pain points that we have are have lessened. I don't really know, in the real world how it translates over in the real world. It will help some, but obviously not all and not everybody. You have to take advantage of a lot of these programs. Obviously, no one's going to necessarily give you anything. In a sense, even the Democrats, you still got to fill out paperwork. You still got to engage the environment. You can't just be anti, obviously. So, but at the same time, I'll put it this way: say she's the CDC, right? And she says, "Well, I'm going to bring in 25 million. I think it's 25 million applications, startups. I think 25 million in her 4 years, right?" Okay. Could she have said, "I'm going to make sure that 5% of those go to black people"? And could she have said 10%? go to black. I don't know. I'm not saying she should say it or not. I'm following politics. I'm gonna try to keep it in the lane of politics. She didn't say it. The crowd seems to be okay with it. This is you have to pay for these tables. It's not cheap to be here, so I get these people. But I'm gonna be curious to monitor social media, monitor other YouTubers and other media sites, just to see if anybody even touch it and say, well, that's great that you have all these great plans, and it's great that Joe Biden are doing things for all Americans, and just so happen that since black people are a part of the country, that we benefit from some of it, right? Like the marijuana thing, which is a whole situation that I'm not even gonna mess with right now. I'm not gonna touch the prison thing because, you know, it's just so many things that's gonna trigger me. The more I sit here and think about what he just said in those 20 minutes, it makes me so angry. But anyway, so she did not, if she would have came out today, which would have been a good day, I think, or yesterday for that matter, and said, I'm going to make sure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's everything relative to saying it's going to be for America, but we're all going to do some things to make sure that my own people in this country, which Obama did not do, and here we go all over again. So again, if when we put in when a person of color is put in this country, is put into the White House, specifically the executive branch, and they can put black faces as generals, as judges, as Secretary of States, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of whatever, right? Pick an agency, right? DHS, wherever you want to pick education, HUD, wherever you want me to pick, right? You can put those faces in. They can hire people. Great, wonderful. Individual people will get paid, great resumes, etc. But on scale, is it really delivering the way they're claiming it's going to deliver? Or are you going to be honest about it and say what we can and what we cannot do? Now, Obama, I can play that video of what he said to the CBC when they did ask. And I guess after that statement, after what he said, that's pretty much that's pretty much the end of the conversation. I need to go and find that video. Because I swear it almost sounded like he said, you know, it's like he almost said, hold your nuts. It's like, hold your nuts. I don't mean to be vulgar. But I mean, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying. Look, we want to focus on politics, and you know, she made her political statements. You know, America would take it the way they take it, right? Black America, I wonder. If she, and you know what I'm curious about as well is that we are a smaller population in this country, you know. So in my mind, it shouldn't be that big of a deal if you carve us out a few goodies. You know, if you got to do it cleverly, so be it. If you have to use code words, so be it. And you know, and a part of me, you know, maybe I could argue that maybe, and if you read between the lines of her speech, you know, she did shout out some of the sororities and fraternities and some of the other groups and stuff that are there. She, you know, and do I want to read into what do I have to read into what she was trying to say? Like, I'm gonna look out for y'all. Now she could just say that. They don't know what she's talking about, in my opinion. If she said, I got y'all, you know, throw some slang in there. And maybe I can say, okay, maybe she's gonna get in there, and we know she can't say it, but she's gonna do it. I don't know though, because remember, we have 330 million people here. We're 10% of the population. You know, it's a few million of us live in this country, right? There is a lot of people in this country who are looking for something or struggling. One of the two, right? And it's easy for us to be left behind because we're a smaller group of people, even though we have some access to power through some of the state systems and through some of the federal systems. We do have some access to power. We do have some success, obviously, a lot of success in a lot of ways, depending on how you want to measure it in this country. But we also are being left behind, no different than some other people in the country. And how do we get our slice at the end of the day? And I don't care if it's welfare or if it's entrepreneurship. I don't care if you're right or left. What are we going to get out of this at the end of the day? And the other question, should I even be looking at it that way? Maybe I should go post-racial, right? I don't know. But anyway, very interesting. I think I've watched that thing 3 times, and it just makes me, I can't even explain the level of it just makes my blood boil. I honestly don't even know why. I just know that I'm being lied to in my face. I know I'm watching a show, and when it's my own people, quote unquote, how it's being manipulated and used, it just makes you like, it just hits a little bit. If we were mostly successful, and we were well organized, et cetera, if we had a lot of organizations on scale, we do have organizations obviously in smaller batches that get a lot of things done, get a lot of kids from the colleges, from Harvard to Howard, and we do have a lot of success, but it's just on a very small scale, and a lot of Black people just feel like they're not being helped, or you're just being locked up for various reasons, or whatever it might be. You're being taxed some kind of way in some various ways. And if Black people specifically is under on many things, as inflation and costs go, we're going to obviously get hit harder, percentage wise, of course. And so if the argument is that we struggle the most, right? If that's what the argument is, then we should get the most help, obviously. And so for her that don't even have the nerves, the nuts, the balls, the kahunas, the strength, the spine, for that matter, to just say what it is, because if either a large percentage of us are struggling or we're not struggling, right? The argument is that we're dysfunctional. We get all these negative arguments, but if those things are believed to be true, then it should be very easy for her to go in front of the CBC and lay the smack down. You don't got to demonize our country. We love America, right? We're not going anywhere. So let's not play that game. At the end of the day, we're here. So why not structure your speeches in a way to basically code switch and let us know, like, look, when you put me in office, Joe Biden may have started cleaning up his past, but I guarantee you, you're gonna be good to go with me. We're gonna make sure that you have protection. We're gonna make sure that you have protection. We're gonna make sure that you're gonna have access to benefits. We're gonna make it easier for you to get access to benefits. And the people who want to go to college, people who want to start a business, people who want to get a trade skill, we're going to make sure that they're straight as well. And we're going to make sure that if you call yourself a Klansman, neo-Nazi, that you're going to be considered a terrorist. Period, point blank. We're going to be put on the terrorist watch list. You would not be able to travel. You would not be able to be on social media, right? I'm not hearing none of that, but then I'm told that I shouldn't be on the right. But it ain't like I'm hearing something that's gonna make me be on the left, because if she would have got up there and made those hard statements, especially dealing with race, then at least I'm gonna listen. I'm not gonna obviously vote for you, of course, but at least I'm gonna listen. It's gonna be a little bit nicer, maybe, to the Democrats. If you as a Black woman is gonna probably get 98% of the Black vote, make sure that in this country that anybody, be it a Black person, say for example, any black person that's on the right that's talking absolutely reckless will be shut down in social media automatically. It might even be put on some sort of terrorist charges, or should at least be investigated by the FBI. If you're not doing any of that stuff, then it doesn't really matter anyway. We're just talking about general politics, right? And so if it's just general politics, we pick our sides and we keep it moving. We're not gonna have any saviors here, right? They're not coming to save us, right? So I mean, what am I supposed to do with this speech? Her and Biden's speech, right? What am I supposed to do with this at the end of the day?
All right, bro. All right, bro.
Oh, you on live?
Yeah. I would look at it from a different point of view. I think that from what I can see, she's been pushed to the right. I mean, she's known. So let me ask you this: what is she known as in the Senate? What do people call her?
I don't know. Where do they call her in the Senate?
They consider her to be the most liberal senator um, that was in the Senate before she became vice president. Like she was the most liberal one. Like she
Oh
voted
yeah,
on
yeah,
all so-called
yeah,
progressive policies, right?
yeah, 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 yeah.
So it's very dangerous territory. You know this, man. This is an election type of deal. Um, I don't think that she's oriented in that way anyway. The so-called pro-black thing, I don't think that's the way she's oriented. So if that's what people are looking for, then yeah, you barking up the wrong tree. Like that's not never been her thing. Is she progressive? Yes. Is she forward thinking
Yeah,
as
but
far
she's
as like
white
different
progressive.
type of hold on. I to me when you say general progressive, that it's not connected to well, she wouldn't be okay. Well, we agree she wouldn't be as high up as she is if she was black progressive.
Of course not.
Would you agree with that? Okay, then. So she's not in the so-called Jared Ball, Diallo vein, right? Those are so-called progressives that are like on the left that don't like Joe Biden, don't like Kamala. You know, they don't like her at all. Um, this is a situation where people are deciding she has a problem with black men, right? And a certain part of the black electorate that just won't jive with her. They're just not going to accept her. Period. And what she's leaning into is the problem areas for President Trump. Just like she has some problem areas that are normally voting Democratic, no matter what, right? Because like some of these people that's not gonna vote for her voted for Biden. Clearly, black people, I mean, black men even. They just can't vote for her. So the difference between her and Donald Trump is going to show up in the polls on November 5th. You know, are white women going to be lying? And are these Republicans, are they going to be able to swallow hard and vote for Kamala, even though they said that they were? That's where it's going to be lost and won at, in my eyes. I mean, to me, I think that black people, we have some say in it, but I don't think our say is that much in this particular election because of the dynamics that are showing up in this particular unique situation. Because you have a lot of people that are like really, 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 really not with MAGA, right? That are Republican that normally would vote for the Republican candidate, but they're going to decide to do something else. And, you know, whether that's sit at home or vote for Kamala, maybe someone would say, you know what, instead of just adding to it, I just rather just sit home. I think that's probably what most of them are going to do. They're just not going to vote.
But the Democrats are still having to deal with the no vote, whatever that thing is called.
Yeah.
That they got.
Yeah, no, the double haters, the double hater vote. Is that what you mean?
Whatever that vote is.
Yeah, that means that you don't like both candidates.
Where you don't vote for the top of the ticket, basically.
Yeah, you don't. Well,
When Joe
yeah,
Biden was running, whatever it was called.
right. Then you just down ballot the rest of it. But I think
Yeah, that campaign is still around.
Yeah, of course.
It's not as loud as it was before.
Of course. And it's up to them to campaign in a way to sell themselves on the fading electorate. Clearly, Kamala have made her decision to go white progressive. I agree with you. It's clear, right? And that's what she's doing. But it's not even grassroots.
I just played a video where the white man is talking about black shit, and then the black person is talking about generic shit. I can't make it up. I'm trying to let it trigger me, to be honest.
if you're hold on now.
Really
See, that's what I'm saying. So
I'm really trying to let it trigger me.
Why do we exist?
I'm getting about it, actually.
No, paradox. Why do we exist in a reality where this particular person, where you know who she is, you know how she runs her actual campaign. We have watched her since the very beginning.
Shit.
Hold on now. No, come on, man. Now, when do we decide to do this emotional stuff about blackness as far as like what you support and what you don't support? So that's what I'm saying. So let's
Emotional day.
let's
It
not
is
do
what
that,
it
bro.
is. What do you want me to do?
No, I'm just, well, that's a fault. That's a fault in logic then, because
Well, I don't want the
Clarence
progressives. I don't
Thomas,
want the progressives banging my head
Clarence
about
Thomas
this
is
is a
supposed to
black
the
person. This is a black
classification.
person. This is a black
No,
person. I
no.
don't want you to bang
Clarence
me over the
Thomas
head
is supposed
that
to the
she's a black person.
classification. Listen, man. Clarence Thomas is supposed to the
Clarence Thomas is
classification.
not running for president. Let's
Brandon
stay focused.
Brandon Tatum,
Let's
right?
stay
But he's a
focused.
Supreme Court.
They're not running for president.
He's Supreme Court justice. He's Supreme Court justice. He's
He has
been able to get you. He's been able.
he has one vote in the Supreme
Okay,
Court.
okay, but he has weight. He has power. He has
I'm
power, bro.
gonna say this. You got this person. My thing is this from the white progressives. Just let's just not talk about race altogether then. But see, I follow white progressives, and they're injecting race constantly. But you're running a black person who don't want to talk about race. And I can't
Exactly. I agree with that. Hold on, man.
So
Listen,
I know
my first thing to alleviate all of this confusion was for her to run through the tape. Obviously, they chose a different path. You run through the tape when it comes to race. You do not allow it. Well, no. It's damaging because when you have your own people that's in your classification, forced into your classification, they won't accept you. Number one, they don't like you. They are very loud, even though they are a minority. Because clearly, man, most black people are going to vote for her, but it may not be to the numbers that people expect it to be.
Said you're gonna get 9. No, that's not true. You're gonna get 90.
I don't know. Hold on, Paradox. Okay, so
bigger black
base. A gentleman.
I've already looked at the numbers. The black base is bigger than it was before. Go look at the registration numbers state by state. Black people are registering more who never voted before.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to vote for Kamala, man. It doesn't mean that. Bro. It doesn't mean that at all. I get what you're saying, though. I would be shocked if she get over 87%. 87% of black men. I'm saying that just because a large number of new black voters are registered doesn't mean that they're going to vote for Kamala. It doesn't mean that.
That's it. No. The people who are registering to vote are registering. I'm talking about registered. I'm talking about Democrats. Who are registering as Democrats who are going to vote for Kamala. Is what I'm talking
understand.
about. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Because
I understand.
Trump isn't growing anything.
So I will repeat what I said earlier, right? There are clearly going to be
the black men you're talking about are already going to vote Republican.
But doesn't mean that they're basically registered as Republicans. It doesn't mean that they're registered as Republicans, Paradox.
I'm talking about black people. Well, we're having two different conversations. I'm talking about black people, men and women, who are going to vote for Kamala. What you're talking about is old stuff. I'm talking about the new stuff. The old stuff is the old stuff. We know what those numbers are going to be. But my point is that there is a growing base of people who are males and females who identify as black who are voting for Kamala. I'm just talking about that. Who are you talking about? I'm listening. Tell me who you're talking about. You talking about a black vote that's registering as Democrats right now who are going to vote for Trump, and that number is growing, and it's men you're talking about? Hello, you there?
My bad. I was talking. My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. What I was saying was that just because somebody registered as a actual Democrat, right, and they're just joining the ballot, doesn't mean at the top of the ticket that they're going to vote for the president of the United States, especially if they are informed about her and they do not like her to begin with.
Bullshit.
But they can vote. That's not true, man. That is not true, bro. That is not true.
I want to know what you're talking about.
Listen, what I'm talking about is the same dynamic that is happening with Republicans that are basically voting for Kamala. It's the same thing. Just because they vote red on everything else doesn't mean that they like Trump enough to vote for him. Doesn't mean that.
But we've been doing this since 2016. I don't. Let's focus on Kamala. I need to know what you're talking about.
I just told
so
you.
I'm really, so it's very, very clear.
No. I just told you. I just told you.
Listening.
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. We're going to see. We're going to see. You may be right.
Right.
I'm
But
not
who are you
saying that you're
talking
wrong.
about? Are you saying there's black men, angry black men, that I'm assuming is under 25, that are registering to vote as secret Democrats that are going to vote for Trump in blue states, in blue cities? Is what you're telling me right now?
I didn't say
know
that.
exactly what you're talking about.
I just say that. I said that
Are
was
you
a
talking about
possibility.
angry
I'm saying
men
there's a
that are over the age
possibility.
of 40
I'm saying there's
who
a
already vote for
possibility.
Trump? Like, who are you talking about?
There's a possibility. So okay. So let me ask you this.
I want the
You
specifics.
think?
Though. Like,
No.
are you talking about a certain age group
Let's
in a
get
certain
down. No,
area?
let's get down. No, let's get down to the ballistics. You don't think that there are registered Democrats that's going to vote for Trump that are black, that happen to be black? You don't think so? I'm asking a question.
I don't know.
I'm asking a very specific question because you want to get down specifics. Let me ask that one. You don't. If you think that there are not people that are registered as Democrats that are not going to cast a vote for Donald Trump, I'm not the one smoking. You are. That's crazy, bro.
You mean just
Especially
people who are just casually registered as something that won't change their registration? You mean those people?
it could be that. It could be that too.
There's lots of
people
who are too lazy to change their voter registration, who's been voting one way maybe for the last 5 fucking cycles, don't want to change it. Are we talking about those people?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure.
There's millions of people who are too lazy to change their damn registration and go vote the opposite way, of course.
Yeah, but forget that. Forget that part. We'll see that play out. So what is
every cycle?
So what is the number? You said 90%? 90% of black men are going to vote for Kamala, you think?
90% of black men are going to vote for Kamala, and 98 to 99% of black women are going to vote for Kamala.
Okay, I understand the black women part.
Not only that, it's going to wash out.
Paradox, I doubt that. If she gets 90% of the, if she get 90%, listen, if she get 90% of the black men vote, man, it's going to be very hard for Donald Trump to beat her, bro. Very difficult.
Oh, he just got to get more white women to vote for him. He'll be fine. He'll offset some of those numbers, and he's going to get some of the white women that vote for Joe Biden.
I have to hold on. I have to concede that. I have to concede that, but they got to be lying to the tune of it has to be worse. It has to be worse than what happened with Hillary. It has to be worse than that.
Anything is possible in this time frame that we live in right now.
I agree. Hold on. Now, see, I'm not taking it off the table. I agree with you. I said it in most duplicitous people.
We're talking about thousands of votes in 4 or 5 states, bro. Thousands. So I enjoy the political talk because this is what makes it fun, right? But when we get down to straight numbers, it's going to come down to a few thousand in a few states at the end of the day.
I agree with that.
Doesn't matter.
There's no disagreement.
Who selected Democrat, black men,
right?
Who get whatever.
Right.
It's gonna come down to a very few thousand people. My point is that when you bring in a new candidate, the polls are not going to calculate the bigger growth of registration. The people who hasn't voted before or who haven't voted in a couple of cycles, that's the number. Now your argument is, I want you just to say it. Your argument is anti-woman hate in America. Anti-feminism you're talking about that, folks. Why don't you just say that? You're talking about the people in your purview, which is what? Men who are in a situation where we're living in right now, where it's divided by gender, it's divided by race, right? You're talking about those particular groups of men, right? And what they're going to do. And is that group growing or shrinking? Is that group in a certain age percentage? And can that group be absorbed?
Hold on, but I thought that
to you is that group that you're talking about, that you're a part of, that group is going to be absorbed. They're going to the number that she's going to the number that she's going to grow. The number that she's going to grow is going to outshadow that number. That's the problem, though. Is that
I agree.
Trump needs to do things to grow his male vote and not worry so much about saving the white woman vote. Because what's going to happen is women in general, Hispanic women, Asian women, white women, and black women are going to offset the black male anger vote that you're talking about.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Joe Paradox. I agree with that.
To prove me this. Show me men, boys under 30 or under 25. Give me that number. Tell me how many of those 18, 19, 20-year-old boys who will vote, who are going to be the angry black male vote or the angry white
Listen
male
what I'm saying, though.
I want that number too, though, because
Listen what I'm
those
saying.
people, they don't even vote. That's the funny part. But we'll just argue and say they're going to vote. Give me that number, and then I can contrast that number against the growing support.
You said all these guys that be talking shit online, they're not going to actually vote. They're not going to vote. They're talking like they don't want to. I'm not voting for Kamala. I'm voting for Trump. You don't think that's what's tickets?
No, first of all, it doesn't matter. We got 5 states to worry about, not 7. We got 5 states to worry about. Who lives in those states that you're talking about? Do they live in Texas? Do they live in Montana? Do they live in Maine? Do they live in Florida? So
they all over, man. Some of them are in Philadelphia, PA. You know, you got people in PA. You got people in Minnesota. You got people in Michigan.
No. What I'm saying is that
got people around Georgia, especially Georgia.
Give me voting numbers. I don't care about all that shit. Give me voting numbers. Give me the people you're talking about. What you're just saying, you're just talking some internet.
I don't have the
numbers in Minnesota right now.
I don't have the numbers. And ain't you on the right? I thought y'all don't do numbers, man. I thought y'all just do perspectives and the American way.
Give me a state.
Well, I mean, I don't have to be the barometer of proof and scientific fact. No. I don't have to do that for y'all. I get tired. I get tired of that, man. Like proof. Why I gotta prove something to you about who's voting for who? I'm not gonna do that.
If we're in Wisconsin,
just talking.
How many anti-women men live in Wisconsin that's registered to vote that's going to vote for Trump?
I have no idea.
I'll stop talking.
I have no idea.
On the internet, by the way, at all. Fuck the internet and fuck everybody on the internet. I don't care about the money. So if you can show me some real numbers from Minnesota, from Michigan, from Arizona that said, okay, these are the men that hate women. Give me that number, and then tell me in that number how many of them are going to vote for Donald Trump, and then we can have a fucking conversation. Because that's the only thing that matters to me from a political perspective. I don't care about all the other bullshit, the social shit. Who gives a fuck? But from a political perspective, just give me the numbers. If that number is a growing big number, then it's a conversation to actually have to have. It's like, okay, she's going to have to address that. She's not addressing it. So that's saying something. And it don't really sound like Trump is talking about it either. So then what does that mean? Trump and JD Vance, I just played a bunch of videos. They're focusing on borders, economy, and people eating cats in Ohio. Nothing about men and nothing about race, right? And on the flip side,
they definitely found some energy behind that.
And nothing about race. So what are we talking about right now? There's two things that they're not talking about is men and race, but you're
each one of them. I'm not introducing nothing. Hold on now. See, don't do that. Don't. I'm not introducing anything. I basically just gave a reference to their weaknesses. It's just true. There's a part of the Republican base that is anti-Trump, and there are part of the black electorate that is anti-Harris. That's what I was saying in a nutshell. We're going to see which one will offset the other.
On the left.
You know, come on now, we'll see.
Bush on the right. What is that? That's not really. That's typical.
This is different, bro. This is different, man. The so-called, and they supported him too. And they supported him. Yeah, they may have hated him, but they still supported him. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So we're going to see. We're going to see who's telling the truth and why.
Liz Cheney gets one vote. She get one vote. Mitt Romney.
I'm not talking about Liz. I'm not talking about Liz Cheney, by the way. I'm talking about general electorate. I'm talking about general people, by the way.
All these folks get
not the 200 people that were elected or had some kind of close association with Trump or the Republican Party. Yeah, so that doesn't. Yeah, and that doesn't move. That doesn't move the needle at all in some of these places. So,
right.
Yeah.
I know my places. I don't live in a swing state, so it doesn't really matter, right? The thing is, if you don't live in a swing state, your opinion in a lot of ways is really kind of small. In a lot of ways, you know.
That's why I'm just observed. That's why I'm in observation mode. You're the one that's getting hype about it. You're getting hype. I'm not.
I listen to voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, in Minnesota, in Michigan, in Arizona, in Nevada, in Wisconsin, and they're females, they're white, and they're voting for Trump. White men vote for Trump. So there's a lot of people out there that, regardless of gender. Oh, and I came across some black folks too in some of these highly white states that also vote for Trump. So I don't know if there's a lot of real true Trump hate out there when it comes to the actual electorate. I just know the political talking heads have found people to talk crazy on television about Trump. But I think as far as a lot of the voters go, I don't know, man. They don't seem to be moved by much because it's been 10 years, I guess. So nobody's like, he's not necessarily shredding votes. I think this Laura Loomer thing could potentially be a problem. So they need to nip that into the bud pretty quickly. I think the Haitian thing is tricky because on one hand, I think that it's a positive for Republicans because it proves his point, his argument he's making about the invasion part of it. But on the flip side, you're pushing race and you don't want to really talk about race. So it's a little tricky, you're playing a little bit of a tricky game right there. But I think overall,
we'll see. This next week is going to be because the narrative's out there. So this week
every day.
It's going to be pretty good. So
I do it every day. We do it every day, day to day. Today is today, and tomorrow be tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow be tomorrow.
I'm working today right now, and I go to the next day. The next day. We got 50.
You sound like you sound pretty. You sound pretty high for somebody that don't got too much say when it comes down to the electoral college. I could have sworn you was like in PA or something, man. You sure you don't got like any voting pool and
address in PA? Right. It's still only one vote, regardless.
So I'm just saying, you going hard in the paint, bruh. Like, okay, I got you, man. I get it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. After all this time, for Trump to still be in the race, for America haven't moved much, it says a lot about this country. No matter how loud the Democrats are, no matter how loud the Republicans are, we're still about 50-50. And you got some averages of polling got her up maybe 2 points, and I've seen some polls where Trump is up +1. And so things are just where they were. So every time this big event takes place, you want things to kind of shift, but they're not shifting much. It's gonna probably, you know what it's gonna probably end up being. That's the fun part about politics. It's fun creating content around it, but it's probably gonna be all the voters who are not counted. That's gonna swing the vote left or right.
Right.
All the new registered voters, or all the voters who didn't participate before, when they get those numbers after the election and kind of get the real breakdown of who voted, people are gonna probably be surprised about who didn't vote for president, but voted down ticket, who voted left, who voted right, and then what districts and what counties and in what states. And did anybody grow? And I have a funny feeling that she's gonna have a bigger vote. Well, I know she's gonna probably have the popular vote anyway. But I think she's gonna have
this is going to tell where just temporarily where the country is. Yeah, this is going to tell you what because people, man, you know this, man. People be fronting and finagling because I don't want to hear from black men. If 90% of us go vote for her, I don't care about this, man. If I don't want to hear you, I don't want to hear no shit, bro. Like, because 9 times out of 10, basically, that's what it comes down to. You niggas are lying. You either voted for her or you stayed home, bro. It's one of the two, nigga. One of the two. I don't want to hear you front. Nah, man, I'm for Trump. Or, oh, I don't want her. I don't like her. Nah, you can't be. You cannot. See, that's what you're saying. See, what you're saying is something else. I'm saying I don't know if she's going to get. I don't know if she's going to get upwards of 87%.
I think Big Mama got way more influence than you want to give her credit for.
Okay, man. Listen, man.
These niggas is crying for
I'm not gonna.
It's about to prove itself in a minute.
I don't think it's gonna be 80%. That would be fucking pushing it. I wouldn't say that.
I would love for it to be 75 and Trump closed his face on her. Honestly,
that would be crazy.
Is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't believe it.
I hear you. Listen, I understood you the first time, but what I'm saying is, I would be surprised if it's over 87%. I would be shocked. Black men, that is.
Now, when did you go?
I will be shocked
because you was at 80%.
No, I said 85 originally. I said 85. I ain't never been at 80%, bro. Never.
Oh, okay.
Not me.
Oh, 85.
Yeah, I was at 85%. Remember? Nah, I ain't never been 80, bro. I don't believe that. Nah, nigga, I don't believe that, bro. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I got to see that to believe it. You know, like I said, like you know,
Now, are you gonna
the facts are the facts at the end of the day.
Right, but are you gonna see an uptick in Are you gonna see an uptick in white male vote, Hispanic male vote, and white women vote for Trump?
See, that's the thing. I think the invisible
Not just
electorate.
gonna be one.
But see,
It needs to be a combination.
paradox. The invisible electorate, what you're talking about, like that silent Asian vote that may swing her way,
Yes.
that silent Hispanic women vote that may swing.
A lot of Asians like Trump.
Well, yeah. I get what I'm saying is though more so than likely, or they just start to participate a little bit more. They just participate
Well,
more.
she might get a bump in Southeast Asian votes. I'm talking about the ones in the north, the Koreans, the Japanese, and the Chinese.
Oh yeah. Man, that is what it is then at that point.
I'm talking about the black Asians is what I call them. Or we call them, I guess, brown. But I call them all niggas. I mean,
I don't know. Saying Afro Asians is so it's like an oxymoron to me anyway. That sounds very weird.
I sent you the video of Afro Indians.
No, I saw it. That's what I'm saying. Like just looking at them, it just. I mean, hell, what's the difference between them and Sudanian people, or Somalian people from Somalia?
I'm using Western
those same folks.
categories.
I know, I get you. I understand, man. But what I'm saying is, those people are the same people. Berbers in and out, sexed in and out. You know what I'm saying? They mixed in and out the Turkish people, Turkish blood, but most of them are dark skinned people, dark skinned colored folk. Period.
Yeah, so I'm just basing off of that.
With dark eyes, you know.
Darker than us.
Yeah, there's way more whiteness in the Negro than it is ever in those people that are in that region. Period. That's just, you know.
Oh yeah,
they're far removed.
Pure blood than a lot of us, for sure.
Yeah, they're far removed from a Caucasian. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is that so it's gonna be a lot of different categories you got to look at. I don't want to overly stimulate the black male vote per se, because a lot of these votes are going to clash into one another. They're going to also boost up one another. So if you see
90% is heavy though. I you know, like I said, I that's crazy. I don't know. I don't know about that because what you're telling me is that most what you're telling me. Hold on. What you're telling me is that all these guys on here capping. They're capping big time. Coming online saying they support Trump.
I don't orient myself around them, but maybe anything's possible. But we're gonna find out. It ain't even about the people on the internet because that's a small number. It's the question: are they penetrating into the real world? Are they penetrating everyday voters, everyday male voters? Trump isn't putting out any first men principles that I know about. I mean, I could use the religious aspect to say, well, he's gonna promote family, yada yada yada, right? And he you know, I don't like I said, I don't know. He's not really doing a man. He's not running a man campaign right now. So I don't really know if he is. I just don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, is JD Vance considered a man? So I mean, I don't really know. You know, give me Clint Eastwood or somebody. Like who is the man here? Who is somebody I'm supposed to follow? I mean, make Andrew Tate your vice president. I mean, I don't fucking know. But I don't want to see chinless Tucker Carlson as your as you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't really know if he's so busy.
You mean JD Vance, right? JD.
Right. No. What I'm saying is that he could easily pivot and focus on men. Right? He could easily pivot and do that. He hasn't done it. He probably thinks he has that vote locked up. So he doesn't have to spend any time.
But hold on.
I don't fucking know.
But we already know, just based off his pattern of behavior, that he's so self-centered that everything orbits around him. So he don't think in those terms. I gotta go into the black. I gotta go into this vote here and there. Like he listened. I think that he listened to suggestions, but the way he is that it's just everything is so Trump-centric that that whatever he does, it tends to just he's going to get people that's going to be clapping or supporting him, you know, ad nauseum, or they're just not going to say anything when he just totally go into one of his rants about what he did and how great he is and this type of deal. Like he lives in that bubble. Like I don't think that he think of it as I got to do this to get that vote. I don't think he thinking no kind of term. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. You the person on. You're the Trump expert. You know.
I help you out. He ran the
help me
numbers.
out.
He ran the numbers. The black male vote is. I hate to even put it out here because I know these are your folks, but the black male vote is bleeding. He can't contain it, and he's moved on. So I'm gonna just leave that there. And if you miss it, you miss it on this stream. I'll see you in November. So I'm not trying to argue with you. I already know what's going on. You're telling me things that I don't know I don't even know where you're coming from with that information. But
I just told you. What was not so clear about what I just said to you?
I'm gonna tell you again.
We have a difference. We have a difference.
From black men. You're missing it.
No, I'm not missing it. I understand.
I'll tell you the information.
I understand. I get it. I get what you're saying. I just don't believe. I don't believe that many black dudes are just lying on. I don't believe that many of us are just lying online. That's crazy, bro. I think we're lying now. I think we are lying. I think we lying now. I do think we capping. I do think we capping now. I do think we capping, but I don't know if we're capping to that level.
I said, the numbers
dangerous.
Prove it out. I know that black women are going to do their job.
That's dangerous.
I know
If I was a Republican, I wouldn't trust black men either. If I was a Republican, if that's what you're talking about, if that's what you're saying, I wouldn't trust us.
The thing is this: the energy is the energy. It goes where it goes. Nothing. I don't. Like I told you, I'm just watching politics. I do not care either way. It is what it's going to be. What it's going to be. I know who I'm voting for. I'm good. What I'm saying is, people out here who are pushing agendas. Their job is to make you believe something. Don't mean it's going to be true. It's just their job to make you believe those things, right? But when you start looking at some of the numbers that's coming out and how campaigns are operating and where campaigns are putting their money, you do know that he's slipping money into Florida, right? Do you know about that? You know he's putting.
I do know that.
Okay.
I do know that. Yeah. I do know that.
What did I say 2 months ago about Florida, right? I'm crazy though, right?
You said it was.
Okay.
No, I didn't say you was crazy.
All the experts.
I ain't said you was crazy, bro.
Now, Kamala them haven't yet that I know of put money there, so they don't believe it. They don't see it. They have other fish to fry. I think they should invest in Florida, but hey, you do what you gotta do, right? You got better numbers than I got.
I think they thinking they got a chance at Texas more so than Florida, which is crazy to me. I don't know, that's what it seems.
It'll be 4 years from now, but because they're so worried about Pennsylvania, I think, and worried about a couple of the swing states like and North Carolina. I think they just not
Wisconsin.
Gonna risk.
It's Wisconsin. It's Wisconsin and PA. I think that's what they want to solidify. Those two in particular.
Yeah, that's the blue wall.
Yeah, because it's the end to end. It's the end to end. It's the end of the blue wall, which is Wisconsin. It's the beginning of the blue wall, which is PA. If they want to close. They want to close those in the
The race is done. Trump wins like for the college.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's over.
I would agree with that. Not unless she break. I just don't know how she breaks North Carolina. That could still happen, but it would be a very weird race. That would mean that statistically there's different things, going on.
And the reason I don't want to spend too much time on a particular race or gender, to some degree, it garners some attention, but not a ton, because everybody's lying. At the end of everybody lying.
I agree, man.
Because guess what? When the numbers come
everybody
out,
capping, bro.
The numbers be something different.
It's gonna be crazy. That's what I'm saying. Everybody capping, bro. This shit ain't real. Like I don't know, man. It's gonna be like on some Steven Spielberg Amazing Stories type of shit. I don't know. I'm interested to see exactly how it turns out. Like I said, I know what propaganda does. We both know how propaganda works.
Well,
it's coming.
It has to exist.
Right. It's coming. It's coming from both ends. I just don't know how that's going to confuse some people doing what they do and thinking that they're going to be slick doing certain things. So it's going to be very weird. It's going to be a very weird election day. And I just think at the end of the day, she's just going to swing people that you just didn't see coming. And I think that she barely squeaks out of this one. But I think she still wins. It's going to be crazy though. It's going to be crazy. We're going to probably go a whole week counting votes in PA or Georgia, North Carolina. I think they're not going to call those states. I don't think they're going to call those states in those. Yeah, I don't think they're going to call those states in the first 3 days. I think those states are going to go into.
It's going to be a mess.
That's going to go into the week. Yeah, that's going to go into the week. Recount, and, how many votes here, what's going on. Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Because like I said, North Carolina, the reason why North Carolina's so in play is because Cooper is, I didn't know he was going that hard for it. He's obviously really campaigning hard for it in the rural areas of North Carolina. So
But not only
we'll
that
see.
is that I'm gonna tell you again, if he gets that vote, that Democratic vote to grow in those counties in North Carolina's gonna go blue. But he has to pull it off though. Like you said, that's what you don't know, because hundreds of thousands of people have moved into North Carolina, and from what I was hearing is that they're not 100% sure about who's moved there and which way they're gonna vote. Supposedly. I don't know how true that statement is, but I've heard that from some Carolina folks.
There's a lot of New Yorkers. There's a lot of New Yorkers that went home, man. They home base, and people from here.
And the thing is that I don't think
that
anybody's
moved down to North
mad,
Carolina. You know that.
and I don't think we're living in a time frame, as far as my gut goes, that anybody's angry at her. She doesn't have any baggage. She would be considered. I would consider her a generic Democrat. They believe a generic Democrat.
She's generic.
Beat Trump.
That's the word. That's the word I was looking for earlier. She's generic, bro.
Right,
And I think that's what rub that's what rub people the wrong way when you're dealing with extreme polarization that we have going on right now. Like people want you to be really like strong here, strong there, Right,
America's trying to bind itself back together.
Exactly. I get it. Like, status quo, getting back into normal, not really paying attention to the presidency, just having things kind of run as normal. Things go up here or there, kind of settling things, foreign, because us being this involved into politics, it causes extremes. I see why they do it now. It makes sense why you propagandize people and you keep them on a bread and circus type of deal, because when we're this involved, it tears up the country. We become extreme either way, because now you think whatever because you blame everything on the other side for what's happening with your life, not knowing that that's not the way it works. It is a conjunction of what has already transpired. So it's a cause and an effect. That's really what you're dealing with. So you're voting for either whether you're dealing with the cause or whether you're dealing with the effect part of it. It just depends on how you view these things. You know what I mean? How your perspective
And I think
is.
the rise of conspiracies have allowed capitalism to kind of come into the loose environment, and you're pretty much dealing with a lot of that as well too. Though it's a lot of there's a lot of money out there. Well, I don't know if it's a lot of money. There's money out there to push propaganda. Not only push propaganda, but to also push a lot of conspiracies. I'm hoping whoever gets in the office, really after Trump, is that they can start to go after a lot of that stuff and start to shut that stuff down. They're trying to hide behind free speech. But I think it's doing harm though. I don't think it's just free speech. I think a lot of these conspiracies are very problematic. These are checked. And once you remove once you remove some of that stimulus from it, that money stimulus from it, a lot of those folks will disappear into the night, really. But if you can go on the internet and be loud and make a few $1,000s a month or make $50,000 a month, then you're gonna keep doing it, right? So. And I was hoping we was gonna get past that, but we're still here though, unfortunately. So now we're dealing with people eating cats. So here we are.
We are still.
I knew it was gonna be something. I didn't know what it was gonna be.
This is what you was talking about. This is a weird thing to catch on to, but it's catching fire. Because you got to understand that you're going to turn off certain black people with this too. You just are. And that's either
the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're just gonna be like, I'm just not gonna vote, even if they don't like Kamala, which is still gonna be bad. So it's gonna be like you're taking away from somebody that can possibly put in those numbers, and you're doing it in an area where you're using that, and people know that you're using this as a political jump to try to get some kind of electorate. They know it's obvious what you're doing. So, and that's the real crazy part of it. And the fact that you haven't extended Kamala enough to make her do something this desperate says something about where you guys are at too. So each electorate got to do what they got to do to kind of like put forth their best foot forward to try to get this last anchor. So now we're on the last leg basically. We're going on the last leg. We're at the beginning of the last leg, so it's a dead heat. We'll see towards the end. Oh, she did good. She did good with the debate. What the debate did was it clobbered their narratives where they can't run, not prepared, not qualified. It knocked all of those things out. So that's the reason why you gotta grab onto some of this stuff and kind of have this run outside of her to just say, well, we're just down with their policies, period, instead of just focusing on her, because it was about focusing on her for a very long time. You can still do that, but people are going to do that for you. You don't have to really run on that. People just dislike her for whatever reason, and they're not going to just automatically like her.
Dislike who?
Kamala.
Her
People
favorability ratings,
dislike her.
her favorability ratings are going up and up every day.
I guess I'm
I just
speaking
showed
more.
those numbers about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I guess I'm speaking more so of the black electorate is what I'm speaking about. Because, like I said, I think. Yeah, I for whatever reason, just as much as we think that we dislike her, there are some white people that really do jive with Kamala, man. Like, I think it's like a sense of normalcy. They can relate to her, the way she speaks. Like, I don't understand what are they talking about this accent thing? People think she's trying to talk black or something. I mean, why are people bringing up this?
All things being equal, black people from a purely voting perspective, 1-to-1, is not that important. So I mean, I'm playing the game of politics, but if white folks just voted, it could just wash out all the way if they just wanted to. They just don't vote in enough.
Yeah.
So I mean, it gives us leverage. Thank goodness that they're all not participating, because it would be pretty much, it wouldn't really matter actually. Especially the white and Latino vote together. I mean, it just destroys our vote.
Do you want to drop the link real quick and see if somebody want to come up and discuss?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't need anybody's opinion. I got my own. I'm not even probably going to.
It's good here for the people, man.
Done with it.
No,
it's not.
Just for a second.
So I don't
just for a second.
I'm good. I'll drop the link. I'll drop off.
Well, you can't drop off because I don't know how to close it, man. I would like to hear some opinions though.
I don't give a fuck about nobody.
So I know you don't really care about that right now. I already know. You in one of those movies.
I've had my conversation there. I put in how many hours already?
3 hours?
Yeah, I don't want to hear a bunch of Negroes talking right now. I put 3 hours in too.
I'm in Laurel, man. I was in Laurel at the Hot Wings, man, and man, we getting destroyed, bro.
What's the environment like? Is it people showing up?
It's packed. Yeah, they in there, but it's packed.
It's back?
Yeah, it's back. It's back jumping, man.
Oh man.
You remember remember the old head we was talking about? There was the big dude. He in there today, holding court. So it's kind of calmed down a little bit, but yeah, I mean, we getting destroyed though. It's crazy. Yeah, it's just it's like Arizona all over again. This is like very reminiscent.
I'm watching the Ravens game and some of these quarterbacks. I went through all the film I got through probably 10 quarterbacks this week, watching their all 22s. And boy, man, Bo Nix, bruh, that shit is rough. Watch that. I mean, he's a rookie. It's his first game. Bro.
He's a rookie, yeah. That's what I'm about to say. Like he young, man.
I know, but still, though, remember the lens I'm using, so it's kind of funny, actually. Kind of funny.
And it ain't preseason. But I think Derek Carr is. This may be his year to gonna bounce back, man. He's on his own right now, so he played a great game today. I give it to him.
I don't believe nobody in week. I don't believe nobody in week 2. Talk to me in week 12. I'm ready to have a conversation about football. You give me 12 good games, then I see and look at everybody's numbers. Then I can have a real conversation.
Right.
But a week here and a week there, one good game, one bad game, that doesn't tell a story to me in football. You know that. Because when we get to week 12, let's see how many yards you've thrown for, how many touchdowns you've thrown for, what do your stats look like, what is your record? You know, that's how I want to see that. It takes some. We got to get there. It takes some time. And
It takes time.
Depends on your record, your division, who you're playing, the type of defense that you're playing. I mean, it's you know how it goes.
And especially
So
since
somebody say,
people
"Well, how
don't
good
play.
is this team?" Well, I said they don't have a pass rush, or if they don't have, or if they can't get to the quarterback. I mean, then this game is going to go this way, right? But if they can't, I mean, you know. So you know how that is. So it changes everything depending on that particular week and how your numbers going to look, right? So you're not ready to pass that much. You have to run the ball. Did you make the right decisions?
You got to run the ball. Yeah, you got
So
to be able to run the football.
factors that go into how you managing the clock. I mean, you know, you have to, and it takes time because we've seen so many teams. Look, I mean, remember the Eagles last year? Shit, I mean, can't make it up, right?
True. 10
We
and
saw the
0.
Eagles last week, right?
I
Okay,
remember.
yeah, we saw them last year, right? Yeah, I remember too, right? 10 and 1.
They did. Yeah, 1-5. 1-5 to end it. 1-5. That was crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Detroit almost going to the conference finals. I mean, you can't make it up. So I mean, I don't, you know, I just want to see. Now I was just comparing Bo Nix. What's the other kid? That came from USC. I can't think of his name right now. He's on Chicago. The quarterback from Chicago. Him and
Caleb. He from
Caleb
DC
Ball and what's the other cat named? What's the
Taylor
other
Williams.
kid? Caleb
You have
Ball and what's the other kid?
Bo Nix. You have Jaden Daniels that play for the Washington football team.
And then right,
Yeah.
and then one more. I think it's one or two more. But anyway, I was just trying to
It's
see some of their
about 5 of them. It's about 5 of them that are starting, actually. It's about
I'm
5
trying to
of them.
figure out which one I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, it's about 5 of them.
I think Caleb might be the one I'm gonna go with, even though Chicago is not a great football team. But
Yeah.
so far, I see some potential in him, in my opinion. But it's only been a week though, so we got a long way to go. Because the pressure of the NFL, man, is tough, bro. And
It's
we
a
probably
week-to-week
seen the person
league,
go through it the worst in history, in my opinion. So I have a good base to come from when I'm judging these guys.
It's a week-to-week league, man. It really is, bro.
Let me see. Do I have any more content to push? Let me see. We got through the president. We got their speech. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I saw this yesterday, man. You don't understand, bro. Oof. Let me see what Tim Cott is talking about.
Exclusive is Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, who sits on the Senate Intelligence, Armed Services, and Judiciary Committees. Senator, it's good to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Maria. Good to be on with you.
I want to get your take on the status check of where we are with 51 days before Election Day. And let me start with
51 days to go.
And Kamala Harris making this statement.
Oh, and which I thought was kind of funny is what's your boy? What is his name, bro? Oh, Bill Maher. He called it. Trump's. I said, oh, he done jumped out the window on Trump. I said, that makes me feel much better that he's going to probably end up winning this thing. I'm shocked that Bill Maher would make that statement. He's been calling it right so far, though.
What did he say?
No, he laid out a case on his show that he thinks Trump's done after that debate. I think he's done. I mean, he literally just jumped out the window and said it's over. I was like, he typically he hasn't done that before, but they think the debate was that bad. I'm like, I just don't think so.
It was, man.
I don't think the
It was
debate.
bad, bro.
I don't think the debate is turning like y'all think it's going to turn.
No, let me tell you why.
No one's going to remember that.
Hold on. No. There's, I mean, yeah and nay. But there's two reasons why.
The man got shot in the head, bro, and we forgot about it. Come on, now stop it.
Well, there's reasons why that is. He didn't play that right. That's why.
I'm not arguing that point. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's his fault. Yeah, that's his fault. That's nobody else's fault. That shit could have ran. That shit could have ran for another month and a half. You know that. Come on now.
I ain't gonna argue that point. How's the DNC doing? How's that doing? How's that event working right now?
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. No, listen.
Moved on.
The DNC is not as consequential as the debate. Now here's the reason why though. Let me just listen to my logic on this. This is my logic on this. They had a first debate. The first debate is what actually got her to be actually running right now. Basically, it had the whole Democratic Party panicked because of that whole debate. They shut it down. Now the thing is, we knew debates don't really move the needle that much, and it didn't initially. Initially, it did not move the needle as much as
it took some
the
time.
faith.
Took some
As
days.
far as the faith
Yeah.
basically being sunk. Now that ran for a whole month and a half. That debate by itself, it still got legs until this debate, and that's why I'm saying it spread into this one. Now, see, if Trump does what he normally do, and I don't want to hear about the moderators, man. I sat here and watched this man destroy 16 Republican strongholds in 2016, 2015.
Everybody.
The whole side. He was on the far side. He wiped them out. He wiped them out one by one. One by one. We sat there. We watched that. We saw what happened. Moderators and all tried to get control of him. Couldn't control him. It did not matter. He ran right through him.
Well, you know that Trump hasn't really been complaining about moderators. You do know that, right? He made a comment the first night and said
that's what I'm saying.
Three
He's
versus
not like
one.
that.
He moved on past. You're talking about the commentators right now.
But that's what I'm saying.
You're talking about the spinning.
But that's what I'm saying. The spinsters are trying to save face because they're not going to admit what really happened unless
their job.
There was a moment. I'm saying, I agree. I agree.
They're doing their job.
That's what I'm saying. Just let me get this out really quick. What I'm saying to you is that the reason why it's woven together is because everything that they hinged on was her to freeze up, be nervous like she was. If she stayed how she was in the first 20 to 30 minutes of that debate, this would not even be a contest right now. Would you agree that it would be basically Trump up on this? It's about to be a wrap. If it remained in that pocket to where she did not gather herself, and then she basically started to kind of take the actual debate from him, because she took it from him. She did take it from him because she didn't start off strong.
Yeah.
She took it from him.
I mean, I was 100% confident that she was going to do well, so I never even had a thought that what you just said was even going to be a thing. But from a Republican perspective, they assume that they don't really study her. But
and that's what I'm talking about.
Because we talked about that.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a irrelevant conversation. She's going to do her job.
No, it's irrelevant because that's not the truth. You're right. But it ain't an irrelevant conversation overall.
But Republican talking heads, they leaned on that and lied to Trump, basically, and his team lied to him.
And what you got to do,
he got played.
And because people have saw all the momentum,
about a video clip that they seen for 10 seconds of her talking to Gabby, whatever her name is.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Right.
But what this
they
does,
hire me, man.
This
they're
is
making
not
too much money to be giving out this much bad advice.
What they're going to end up, they're giving it, but the paradox, they're the ones giving it energy by trying to debunk it. I have seen guys, these are 10 things you missed in the debate. These are 10 things that the reason why she lost. This is 10. I'm like, what? And then they're making up these things about, they clipping and saying, well, she said this and she didn't say this and she didn't. I mean, and it's just like, it's all outside baseball. It's not even going to what Donald Trump's mistake was, or what he actually said in the debates. And that's where the fallacy is. That's the energy. They're trying to cover. They're trying to cover a murder scene. That's what I'm telling you. They're trying to cover a murder scene instead of admitting. Because if you admit, I'm saying, a paradox. If you admit it, if you admit it, then you can move on. That's my point. I'm not saying okay. What I'm trying to say to you is that you don't have to concede whether she won or lost. To say, hey, it wasn't that good of a night for Donald Trump. But this is the reason why blah 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 blah. And then you can go into your talking points about why Kamala Harris is still weak. But if you're trying to debunk her, like everything she said was not true, this and that other, she was a real liar in the debate. He didn't lie at all. He told the truth. I mean, just these things that are baseless. That's where you look crazy. That's where you look crazy at.
No,
Because
look
the thing,
crazy.
I'm
Look
saying the
crazy
thing. I'm
to
saying
me.
the
No,
thing.
that's not true.
I'm saying.
What you're
I'm
saying is
saying the
not
thing.
true
The
at
thing.
all.
The
I don't know
thing.
what
The
you're talking
thing.
about right
The
now. What are you
thing.
talking
The
about?
thing.
That's not
The
true.
thing. Hold on. No.
That's
Hold
not
on.
true.
I'm
That's
not gonna let
not
you do
true.
that
What
to
you're
me
saying
again.
is
I'm not
not
gonna let you
true.
do that again. No. You have a different perspective. What I'm saying to you is
Yeah, I
they're
have
the
the
ones giving it
facts on my
energy.
side. What you're saying
Well,
is not
hold on.
true.
So what I'm not saying is true. They're not giving it energy. They're not bringing this up. They're not saying that she lied and he telling the truth.
Yeah,
That's
but they're talking
energy.
to
They're the ones
Republicans.
saying this. But
But they're talking to
what I'm saying
Republicans,
is
though.
they don't have. They're the ones keeping it alive. Paradox. They're the ones doing this. They're
But
the
that's
ones
the
doing it.
strategy. But that's their strategy. I don't understand your point. That's their strategy.
You saying that it's going to be forgotten about. I'm saying it's going to have legs because of that. That's my
It's already
point, Stove.
forgotten. We've already moved on past it. It's
Okay.
already disappearing.
Okay.
This is a very fast news cycle, man. We're talking about
I
cats and
agree.
stuff right now and Haitians, which is a
That's coming
spinoff
from what?
from the debate, but we moved past the
Exactly.
debate part and we're focusing on is Trump right or is
Nah.
Trump wrong about the invasion? Clearly,
Nah, they're
there's an
not moved
invasion
on
in
from the debate,
Ohio.
brother.
It proves
They're
what he
not
said
moved
is
on from the
correct.
debate as of yet.
Yeah, we moving past
They're
the
not
debate.
moved.
It's already
They haven't
happening.
moved on
It's
from
already
it yet.
happening.
It has legs, bro. It has legs. Trust me
Well,
on that one.
Joe Biden quitting still has legs. I mean, Trump
No,
losing in 2020
you know
still
what I
has
mean,
legs.
Paradox. It's
COVID-19
still
still
in the
has
news, but I'm
legs.
saying
So
it's
what does
still in
that
the
matter?
news cycle, bro. It's still in the news
It's getting, I'm
cycle.
telling you, it's getting smaller quickly. That's all I'm trying to say. It's getting smaller
Okay.
very quickly. And it's being filled up with new information and new content. That's just how it
Okay.
works. It's happening very fast.
We
Now,
will
as
see.
they're cleaning up right now, they're in the process. I played a really good video. JD Vance did a really good job going against the ABC lady who interviewed Trump. Did a very good job actually of spitting out a lot of things. They're already closing a lot of this stuff up and they're moving on, by the way. The only thing that's going to bring this back around if more violence happens to the Haitians in Springfield. But outside of that, it proves Trump's argument that we're being invaded. A lot of foreigners are taking our jobs, taking our houses, raising rent costs. He's proving his argument is happening in Springfield. So from a debate perspective, now moving past the debate perspective, the argument that he's making about the border, it's still rolling though. It's still working. The numbers are still very favorable. The economy numbers are still in his favor as well, by the way. You do know that, right? When they polled that first half of that debate, and he talked about the economy, is stabilizing his numbers, and she's still trying to play catch up with the economy. But my bigger point was, if you're in the Republican bubble and you're in the Democratic bubble, your job is to spin that information though. I'm trying to figure out who are you talking to? Because if you're a Democrat or Republican and you're watching MSNBC or Fox News, their job is to spin that information. Are you trying to bring truth to it somehow?
No, I'm just
What do
looking
they
at
do
it.
that
I'm looking at it from a very objective viewpoint. I'm trying to anyway. Like, but besides my
you tell
leaning
me
politically.
well then let's find. Let me see where you are then. So as an
Okay.
observer, is any of this penetrating in between the two bubbles of the left and the right?
No.
That's all.
But it's
That's where I'm
penetrating.
at.
It's
That's
penetrating.
where
It's
I'm at.
penetrating it. But it's penetrating the independents though. The
Is it?
informed voter.
Is
Yeah,
it?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Not swaying it. Not swaying. We both talked about how people are lying on both sides.
I'm
Clearly, I
not
mean, there's
impressed by
people.
it. Put it this way. I'm not
There's
impressed by
people
the
clearly
numbers
lying on
on
both
the
sides,
left
bro.
or the right. Trump
That's
being
what I'm
a
saying.
+1 or
I don't
Kamala being a
know.
+2 is basically zero.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
all I'm
I don't know
saying.
what that means at the end of the day. Like I said, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what that actually. You know, I don't know what that shows at the end of the day when it comes down to the actual time period where people are going to have to cast the vote. We're going to see. That's a snapshot. It's not even a good. It's not. It's a very emotional snapshot at this moment because we're so polarized. So you got
Yes, and
clearly
voting is
people
going to
that are
be
just
very emotional.
they're
Voting is going to be
in and
very
out. Yeah,
emotional.
they're in and out. They're playing hopscotch with their vote. You
I
know,
know.
sometimes they feel like a nut, sometimes they don't. You know.
I watch Comey drip, 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 as they say, those emails. And emotionally, it had an impact. From there?
Yeah, I'm here. You're gonna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. But yeah, I can hear you. But yeah, like I was saying, is that things can impact the elections up to the last moment. We saw that with Hillary Clinton, right? We seen it. You can't make it up.
We saw it with Hillary Clinton.
So
I mean,
yeah, we
they
saw Hillary
was
Clinton.
they
So that
was
means
they was celebrating 48 hours above time. I think she was up 5, 6, 7, or whatever the case may be. They thought it was a
9.
surefire shot. No way she loses. And you
Well,
know,
she was up
people
9.
lied to her.
She was up 9.
People in her own people that was celebrating people that shed tears. People that shedded tears were basically lying in their face. That's what's so dangerous about white women. They're dangerous, bro. White men are very, very dangerous. You never know what one is thinking, bro. You never know, man. You just never can tell, bro. It's very hard to tell really what's on the inside, what they're really thinking, and what their real intentions are until they actually commit. They gotta basically commit to it, and then you see it, and then they actually do it. That's when it comes
Well,
out.
I think the abortion thing is making it more sticky.
Yeah, it's making it real
And the
sticky.
reason why I know that
That's what I'm saying.
that's
It's making
true
it
is
sticky.
because Trump is flip flopping on abortion. That's how I know. That's why I know it's. That's why I
That's
know
how
it's
you
him.
know it's real. Now that's true. I agree with that. I agree with that. That's one.
And I
That's
just
one.
don't.
That's one form of the electorate where I saw that he is listening to. Like you can see that. Like because I don't think he ever believed in abortion anyway. Not the same way that everybody else does in the party. He doesn't believe in it like that. So he's just like, yeah, I don't. I've always been about those three things that you can actually have an abortion on. So those common sense things, rape, incest, and that kind of deal.
Yep. And so he's trying to figure out how he's going to handle. I mean, he's like you said. We know that that's real, at least to him. It's having some
Yeah.
kind of impact. But the evangelicals absolutely love the abortion ban. So he also has to not forget about
JD Vance do too, for that matter.
Of course.
Yeah,
So
JD
that's
Vance.
the only catch to that. It's like, well, yeah, I can appeal to these secular women, but at the same time, a lot of my base is extremely happy about the abortion ban. Now, what I find funny about it is that they're quiet about it, though.
Yeah, you don't want to lose more people. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to lose more people that may vote for you in the end. You don't want to do that, especially towards the end. That's just why trip yourself. Why trip yourself at the end of the race? Donald Trump would do anything to win, bro, to get these court cases out of here, to get himself out of trouble. I mean, there are so many reasons why he's motivated to win, bro. So many reasons, bro. That's outside of just doing for the American people, by the way. This don't got nothing to do with American people. You know that, right, Paradox? Can you admit that? That he has personal
I don't
reasons
know
on why he want to
what
win?
is that? What does that mean?
That he has personal reasons why he wants to win the presidential election?
What is that? I don't understand what you're talking about, though. We talking about politics? We talking about something else?
No, I'm talking about politics. I'm saying like you don't think that he wants to
That he
win to
has
try to get
personal
these court cases
aspirations
out of
to be successful
no,
as an
no, 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 no,
American.
no. That's spin. I'm not talking about being successful. I'm saying like to get these DOJ cases up out of here, to get certain people up out of the actual court system, to
I mean,
put a
Trump is
stranglehold on the power.
He's not run his campaign in any kind of odd way though because of those things. He's running the campaign the way he's
No, no,
been
no,
running
no,
for the
no, no,
last
no, no.
10 years.
I'm not saying that he's not even focused on that, but I'm saying that's a motivation. That's a motivation.
But he's not coming off desperate. He's saying the
I don't know
same
about that, bro.
inflammatory thing that he was saying in 16 and 20 though. And so even if there's more pressure, first of all, he's not concerned about it. I'm gonna be 100% with you. I don't think he's concerned about it at all, actually. That is a very, very rich, very, very powerful white man, and he's not going to jail. I keep telling folks that. I've been saying that for years, and if you don't understand race and how it works, good luck. Good luck out there in America. But he'll be fine. He will be fine either way. Now, if he was a white guy with pretty much no power, just skin color, it might be a different conversation. But he's too connected. He's too plugged in. I will believe it. I believe it when I see it. But one thing I know about America is it has gotten much richer and much more powerful outside of politics. It has gotten richer and more powerful. People in this class
If he doesn't, Paradox.
It just doesn't happen. It's extremely rare. And if you have
Paradox.
support from people, you're definitely not going to jail.
Let me say this, man, because I think that he's so polarizing. And I could be wrong. Let me just put this out there. This is my opinion. I think if he doesn't win, I think that he if he doesn't go to jail, he's going to get convicted on 2 more of these cases, bro.
Not going to jail. It don't matter.
I think there's a good chance that he may actually go to jail if he doesn't win.
Okay. I mean, I'm not
Just my opinion.
I'm not going to fight you, but you'll find
No.
out. You will learn about whiteness as well. So good luck with that, with your opinion. But he's not going to jail. So good luck. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know what country this is. But he's not going to jail.
Oh, come on, man! Don't do that, bro. Like, we talk about race all the time. I understand the whiteness and stuff like that.
I talk about
he is dealing. He is. Hold on. You don't talk about
jail.
race more than me. He has more people that are hell bent on him being locked up, man. Trust me on this, bro. You know that, but you already know that.
Is he running for president right now?
Yes.
Is he in jail right now?
No.
How many convictions does he have right now?
1 conviction.
What's the total number of felonies that he has?
He hasn't been sentenced. He hasn't been sentenced yet either, though.
I asked you about convictions.
I said 1.
91 charges, 34 felony convictions, 2 impeachments, and 2 indictments. Is he in prison right now? Okay. So yeah, you keep running with that.
I thought we were talking about the case. You talk about 34 counts. I got you, but yeah, my perspective on this is my perspective on this. No, my perspective on this is that it's hard for him to go away, and there's just going to be too many people that's willing to just do whatever they can by using the DOJ system. He is right about that.
I'm guaranteeing you that he's not going to jail. You do not understand this country. You think he's going to jail. You don't understand.
No. Listen. No. I understand.
He is not going to jail. I'm guaranteeing.
There's a good chance. There's a good chance I could be wrong on that.
He is not going to jail.
So we will see if Kamala wins. If Kamala wins, I'm saying that there's a good chance that he's going to go to jail and do some kind of time. Maybe not for a long time. Even if it's house arrest. I don't know what it could be. But then or he's totally exonerated when he gets in office. I mean, it is what it is.
You thinking this man is going to prison is hilarious right now. But I'm gonna let you have that. And
yeah, we'll see.
You got the tape.
We'll see.
I'm not really worried about that. I want to stay focused more on the political side of things, but good luck with that conspiracy theory.
I'm not leaning. It's not a conspiracy theory, by the way. But I'm not leaning on that like I have some kind of dog in a fight. I'm not saying it because I'm some kind of whatever. But
you want to lock up your political opponents.
See,
I got you.
you see, that ain't what I said. No, I did not say that at all. No, no, not at all. I'm not saying that at all. Actually, I said that they're weaponizing DOJ to get him locked up.
And he let her ride.
That's not the right thing to do.
They could have put Hillary in prison. He let that ride. So just to put that out.
I agree with that. But you gotta understand, him and the Clintons are friends at the end of the day too. There's a relationship there that goes 30 to 40 years back.
I'm just saying, man. These folks are the same people, bro. So I will believe it when I see it. Hold on,
we agree. We agree about that. But he don't go away. He doesn't go away, Paradox. He doesn't go away.
If he loses, he's running in 4 years. Absolutely. No doubt about it.
There you go. That's the reason why you do it. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why you do it.
After January 20th. Campaign season will start February 1st. And he will start running for president on February 1st.
All right. So that's a good one. We will We will see. I think that when we come back to it, man, we'll be able to run this back. And I like to have clear demarcation when it comes down to an issue like this. You know, either what I said was right, or either what you said is right. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's all contingent. But it's all contingent. It's all contingent though. But this is all contingent if Kamala wins. It's all
Based off
contingent
your logic,
if she wins.
white people with power go to jail. I just don't know where that happens that often. I mean, that's a very
It happens. It's rare.
Very rare. I'm talking about
it's rare.
power.
But you know when it happens is when you put the overall empire in jeopardy. And there are some white people that are very, very powerful that believe Trump does
the
that.
empire?
I'm saying there are some white people that are in power that believe
Trump
that
is
he
the
is.
empire. Trump is the empire.
Yeah, that's not you
in
jumping. You jumping off. I get what you're saying. Yeah, he is created by this country. Clearly,
push it back on that
no, I
statement.
get what you're saying. No. I get what you're saying. He's created by this country. This is what it looks like when it's on. This is what white privilege look like when it's at 100% max. This is the extent that you can get away with. Hold on, Paradox. That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. The danger of that is removing that illusion. You got to keep that illusion in place. It's just like the so-called Republican and Democratic argument. All right, bro.
I'm telling you, he's not going to jail.
All right.
That's an insane position to take. And I want to make it
clear. That's not
insane.
That is not insane.
On this day.
That is not insane.
Crazy.
Not insane, by the way. Not at all, bro.
Trump
not insane.
Trump would you call a red-blooded American, even though he might be a Russian agent?
I'm about to say, come on now, don't you going too far now. Don't do that. Don't talk like he come from the 1700s and shit. Nah, don't do that, bro. Yeah, I almost came through. I was like, hold on, let's go through it.
He's definitely
let's go through Frederick.
I ain't gonna argue with
you. Okay, all right then. Yeah, so he's a product, no doubt. He's a product of whiteness, but this is what it looks like. This is what Christian Bell looks like if he ran for presidency with American Psycho. I agree. You get away with murder, you can get away with rape, grabbing him by the pussy. It's a walking man. He couldn't believe he was getting away with it. That whole movie is a dissertation on white male supremacy to the extent that it's actually a point where you are never looked at upon as a criminal, regardless of any nigga is walking out with a dead body in front of the doorman, bro. Telling him that no questions asked. Like you cannot make this up. Clearly. So I mean, you're not talking to somebody that's oblivious to this.
I didn't have to go that deep to explain it, though. I mean, it is what it is.
However,
it's like breathing at this point. I shouldn't have to keep
however, this man is wiping out the veil, is what I'm trying to tell you. The reason why I thought that we agreed, the reason why it was good for him to kind of go in 2016 and kind of wipe out the illusion and really show what male privilege really, really is in this country is because of that. Now, what they're doing now is trying to rein it in, obviously, right? They put these cases on him. He wouldn't go away. He still ran anyway, regardless of what he does. And he has hold on. He's not the problem. I'm not, you're misunderstanding. What I'm saying is what they're trying to do is basically elite. What you talked about with Kamala, right? Going back to normal, right? Going back to what the mean is. Going back to what normal so-called politics is here. You're not going to be too happy. You're going to be too mad. You're not going to think about the presidency all that much. You're trying to normalize it to the point where national politics are not really so polarized to this degree, right? Because he is a cult of personality, he gives off this stigma of basically this everyman, even though he's not that. He is somebody of privilege, extreme privilege. European immigrant is what he is. That made his money here. His dad made money off the backs of immigrants in New York City with real estate. That's a fact. That's what he is. You see what I'm saying? He's a child of an immigrant mother. He's not so-called what you would call true blue American. No, he is a product of what the American exceptionalism is in this country, of new whiteness. That's what he is. That's a fact. So what I'm saying to you is that would I think that they would do everything they can? There are certain groups, there are people that are going to make the argument that you're making. Then let's talk to him again, see if he'll go away. See if we can give him something like his own channel, a subdiversion of what Twitter is. See if we could do something like that and allow him to be able to run on this narrative of what he wants to do and make him a kingmaker for the Republican Party. They want to control him. Is what it comes down to. Paradox. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
From day one.
They want to control him. But the system, when white male privilege is on, when it's on steroids, there is no controlling it. It's proven. That's what we're talking about. I understand that. But if you eliminate that veil, it makes it easier to attack. That's the reason why. That's why I was saying when you get a dichotomy between this and that, you can guilt certain white people into doing certain things. They want to keep that veil lifted. They want to keep it there. They're not our friends. I'm not saying whiteness is the party at the end of the day. Now, let me just say this for everybody that's listening. It ain't Democrat, it ain't Republican, it's whiteness. And when people say American, you might as well sub whiteness for that. So when they say back, make America great again, make whiteness great again, you can just sub that in and basically make it a synonym for whiteness. That's what they're talking about. When they're talking about black people, they talk about minorities, they talk about inner city. They very, very specific with their language when they talk about us. Okay? So let's be very clear. American politics, stuff like that, when you talk about it in a general sense, you're talking about white people. White culture is American culture at the end of the day, overarching. So when people say white people don't got a culture, that's false. That's not true. They do got a culture. It's very specific. It is one. It's the American culture. But the American culture is built into what whiteness is. Even though blackness is a subdivision of that, it is interwoven into the American fabric. That is what whiteness is. So what I'm saying to you is there are powerful white people that want to keep things hidden to a degree and govern the country without this kind of polarization. We can have a little bit of it before it to be this kind where January 6th happens, right? We get situations like that where people are really disenfranchised. They really feel like their vote is being taken for granted. You get crazy stuff like that happens. That's what I'm saying, bro.
It was necessary. Had to happen.
Okay.
Yeah. These people are relieving that pressure that they've been under for a long time. And if Trump gets elected, it just means that just means the relief hasn't come yet. The headache is still there. You know. And it is his job to relieve that pressure. It is his job to do it. I mean, this is what it looks like. Right? Welcome to 2024. You know, if he loses the presidency, what you're saying is true. But if he wins his presidency, that means that angst is still there for a lot of people. That means that a lot of people still feel like they're not being heard, they're being left behind, and he's going to be the answer to that. Period. Politically speaking. And we're going to find out in 51 days. Is Trump the right man for the job? You know, is 51% of Americans still want that energy at the end of the day? I mean, from a left's perspective, they're also pushing, of course, fear porn about the end of America and fascism and blah 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 blah. But at the end of the day, they're pushing a lot of fear themselves. So we're gonna find out where we are. It's gonna be a slight nudge to the left or just a slight nudge to the right. That's what makes it fun though, because if it was 60-40, this wouldn't be much to talk about at the end of the day. So now when you have it sort of down the middle and you're just trying to move a few thousand votes here or a few thousand votes there, it makes politics much more entertaining for people like that. For the casual watchers.
And guess what CNN want? CNN want all the theater. They want all the drama. They want all of this craziness. They love this shit.
Wants Trump to win.
They love. That's what I'm glad. I'm glad you said that, bro. I'm glad you. No, everybody don't know that. Everybody don't know that, bro. They're people think
in the business world.
People think that CNN. People think that CNN is an anti-Trump channel, like they're trying to do everything they can to help. No, I think they're trying to balance out the schemes. They want to have their numbers so high on election day, which it will be. They want their numbers to be so high. Watching the damn election news coverage, they're gonna probably do a whole week, a
But that's the
post
business
week
of
debate.
but that's just the business
That's
side of it
news.
though.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
news.
business side of
That's
it. The
news
thing
is
is that
entertainment now.
the
News is entertainment now.
news business is trying to survive. And it has been like it for 25 years.
Yeah,
And
that's
so
true.
who makes the most sense who would you want to be elected from a business perspective? It's gonna be Donald Trump. Because if Kamala gets elected, it's going to be boring for 4 years. So it's just what it's going to be. And unless you're into politics, you're not going to be entertained by anything. It's going to be standard stuff that's going to be happening on a day in basis.
Right.
Outside of a
Right.
disaster like the oil spill that happened in the Gulf of Mexico, things like that will get regular folks to obviously pay a little bit more attention to politics. But outside of natural disasters happening, or commercial disasters happening, most folks won't really watch the media. The ratings will be down in the tank somewhere. And unless you're pushing conspiracy theories, nobody's going to watch it because people like me, we're a very small group of people who sit around and watch the White House stuff all day long or watch whoever, Fox Business or something. When you look at those ratings, those numbers, man, those numbers are teeny, those are insignificant numbers. YouTubers are 5x in those numbers compared to some random show on for an hour on Fox Business or whatever, or
Right.
on MSNBC. It's very, very small. So people who are really into politics is an extremely small group of people.
Yeah, MSNBC still struggles. The only reason why they actually get burned is because they have people basically funding them to keep them up on air. But they would have been out of. They would have went the same way of Air America. Like they would have been out of here, bro. Ray Shamato come from there.
If
Ronald
Trump
Reagan
doesn't
and
get
that's all
elected,
that type of shit.
I think they're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Them and CNN.
Yeah. Now they
have to reformat themselves.
have a lean. They have a lean interest. That is clear. Yeah, that is clear, bro.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they survive with it. It'll be hard
Now,
for them to survive.
as far as who they're marketing to, CNN is trying to move back to the right as far as their marketing part of the business.
Well, they are the closest. They are the closest mainstream market. Even though they lean slightly left, I'm making that acknowledgement. I think they're the closest thing to where you can get a mainstream objective view where they try to put as many Republicans up there that are talking sensible about their politics because they disagree all the time. They get up there and have their little arguments or whatever, and it goes back and forth. But yeah, clearly.
Republican shows, though. That's what I'm still confused by. They said they were trying to move back to the right. And so I'm like, well, you need to take 2 hours and give them to Republican people.
Well, wasn't that what the Piers Morgan experiment? Remember when he was there for a while?
Yeah, that was a while back though.
Yeah. But he was in and out though. He was
the new CEO
Go
that
ahead.
took over. The new CEO that took over said that he wanted to make things more neutral. So he's been working on trying to do that. Of course, I think the Charles Barkley thing, that was an experiment, and now I don't know what else he's done. But I mean, he should put Piers back. He should simulcast Piers Morgan's TV show, his news show if he wanted to.
Remember the white dude that was conservative with the glasses that had his own little show, but he dislikes Trump so much now. I forgot his name. You know what I'm talking about. He's right, but I guess he's been like he's so anti-Trump. It's hard to tell that he's actually right, but he's conservative too. Smith, I forget his last name. You know what I'm talking about.
Schmidt?
With the glasses. No. He's bald headed. He has glasses. He comes on. I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But like I said, he's so anti.
Yeah, they're all traditional
Trump that it
Republican
doesn't.
guys. Yeah, who are moderates mostly or business
Yeah.
conservatives.
Like they did good if they could press somebody like a Geraldo. I don't know, Geraldo Rivera or Montel Jordan to a degree. Is it Montel Jordan? Not Montel Jordan. What's Montel? What's hold on. We already talked about operational whiteness, right? He's a person that gets confused about if he's white or non-white. That I'm convinced of that.
Well,
I think he's confused.
Hispanics have to figure out who they are.
Is it Montel? It's Montel
what they
Williams.
are.
That's what the name. The bald headed dude with the that's from Baltimore that had the TV show, right? Is it Montel Williams? What was his
From
name?
back in the day,
Back in the day.
they used to date Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah, Montel Williams.
Okay, I thought it was. I said Montel George. Jesus Christ.
No, not Montel.
All right. Yeah.
But no, he they have some folks on here, but yeah. But anyway, Latinos got to figure out what they're going to do racially speaking. That'll help solve their issue that they're having with their identity crisis, unfortunately. But anyway, because it's shocking that a Hispanic isn't running for president. It's kind of crazy.
That is shocking that it hasn't happened yet. Well,
so
no, it has. I mean, when we put Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz as one of those guys, that's possibly not actually becoming an
I don't know. I don't know.
Hispanic.
I don't know what.
You said
I don't know
Hispanic,
what
right?
I don't know
Latina.
what are, man.
Latino. I mean, Ted Cruz, 40.
When you're trying to be a white person, I don't know what that means in the Latino community.
Listen, man, we talk about it all the time.
I don't know how Latino you have to be. I don't know if they know.
It's a very weird place. It's a very weird place to be. I can admit that. I can see why confusion. I can see why confusion exists with that. You
want to spend more time. People have to spend more time studying the Latino culture, which is a whole other conversation, of course. But
yeah, that's a whole nother.
They have a powerful vote, but they're not together. They're highly disorganized,
They're disorganized. Yeah.
They're trying to sort out. They're not even. I don't even think attempting to sort the racial stuff. They're just saying things.
They see each other three ways. They see each other culturally, ethnically, and racially. But they see each other. Culture is the overriding thing when it comes down to Latino, as far as what I come to understand. So when it comes down to the different dynamics,
the problem is
they don't see themselves as the same people.
Latinos have been erased in this history, in this timeline. So it's extremely problematic, unfortunately for them. Extremely problematic. Because technically speaking, you would need to rewrite all of the history books, and you have to really basically just reprogram all the Americans. And I don't know how that happens, when that's going to happen, what that's going to do, and what that means, because the impact of Latinos, depending on how they want to be classified, they have done a lot. But I don't know if you're talking about Native people, mixed Native people, mixed Spaniards, Incas, Aztecs. I don't know.
These are clearly
Latinos,
different people.
White
skin,
these are clearly different people. Yellow skin, red
we haven't even brought up class. Dark skin. Yeah, this is. Yeah, man, it's different
and
people.
Then I don't know if you're Mexican, Puerto Rican, Ecuadorian, Venezuelan. I don't know what you are. It's just it's a hot mess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's cultural.
Because they're African,
ethnicity,
Native, Spanish, and then they're mixed in with these powerful empires remember something. People want to attach themselves to things. So even though you was dominated by the Aztecs, because we're living in 2024, you want to be now an Aztec. You want to have that a part of your culture. So I don't know who's telling the truth about who they are, what they're part of. Who knows? And half of America was Mexico. So how are you going to deal with that in history books as well? Nobody even knows. People don't even know that type of information. Half this country was Mexico.
Half of it was Mexico.
Deal with that history that you've erased. When they was building things and creating things,
let's be real specific.
In Arizona and Nevada.
Let's be real specific. It was Spanish territory. It belonged to the Cortez and them. Yeah, no doubt about it. Santa Anna and all them people. Yeah.
So all that history, it aligns right with English history and French history, and then American history. And I don't know how you write it. I don't know how this works.
I don't either, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know. Like, that's very, it's difficult because, like
Mexican
you said, there's clearly
have a very, very strong culture, and it's not Puerto Rican culture. So
no,
I don't know what you're going to do.
It is not Puerto Rican culture at all.
Brown people, black people, white people.
And saying Latino, the only reason why you say Latino is just these people happen to speak the same language, Spanish. But they even speak a different variation of Spanish that's totally different, where it even makes them hard to understand when they talk to each other.
They got their own. Mexican people got
their own dialect, like you might as
Mexican
well be
Americans got
like a
their own
Jamaican. You
everything.
might as well be a Jamaican person talking to them. Like it's that different, when they hear each other. So yeah,
And
clearly.
if Mexicans weren't conquered and miscegenated into, it'd be a lot easier to maybe even
It'd be
identify
easier.
them.
Right.
But you can't, because some of them are native mixed, some of them are Spaniard mixed, some of them are mixed of all three,
Yep.
and many of them are African mixed, either North African or Sub-Saharan African. So you have all that admixture happening all at the exact same time. And then when you mix in all the wars that happened, where Texas was a country, Texas was Mexico, Texas was Spain, California was Spain, California became Mexico, then it became America, and then the Spanish people fought wars with the new white Europeans from the north. They came over to the settler area. They mixed in together. What does that mean?
And just think about how confused you are. Think about how confused you are seeing the changes of people from the 15th and the 16th century. You've been here for the longest as a black person. You're classified as black now, but now they changed everything up in the laws, and now you basically forced into bondage. And you're like, hold on, wait a minute, like, how am I forced into bondage when I've been here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because you're Afro or what they called African Spaniard or African Mexican person. They got a whole section of Mexico, man, but it's nothing but black. Clearly the people that have African ancestry, or what we deem to be African ancestry in that part of the land, we don't know how long they actually been here. It could be thousands and thousands of years that particular group of people have been here.
That 1890 wave, 1850 and 1810 wave of Europeans that came over, I don't know how many of those folks mixed in with mixed Spaniards as well.
Exactly.
So no one talks about.
I mean, look at George Lopez. I think he was to like 15 to 16% African, right? If I'm not mistaken.
That's what I'm saying.
When you did the DNA test.
Yeah.
So
the mixtures are crazy. So then the problem is this: they have no standard phenotype. So what are you doing? You doing white Hispanic, black Hispanic? I mean, I don't know.
That didn't become, but I'm saying that become a thing until classically we made. Well, but whiteness made race into an actual scientific thing. They scientifically made it into some separating. They had a hard separation. This is this, this is this, and this is this. You know.
But you look at the Constitution though. They be race Latino people. They don't exist. It's
I know.
It's Indians.
I know.
Black people.
I know.
And white folks, and you can sprinkle in some Asian bullshit that's going on.
Yeah, no, and they have words. They have words for mulattoes, octoroons, and stuff like that. They still put them in the black category, but yeah.
But they never recognized Hispanic or Mexican because they was the enemy, basically. That's what makes it complicated.
They were purging. They were purging those people.
They would not be in our history for a reason, but they're on this land is the problem.
They still here. Yeah,
it's massive.
No doubt.
And then
very messy.
Then the ones that were here, then I don't want to say allowed, but invited or whatever you want to call it. 50 million.
Nasty
at some
work.
point there will be a reckoning with it at some point, but who knows?
Nasty work.
Who knows who's going to sort that out and how long it's going to take? But they might organize it some. They might organize at some point in the future. Right now, I don't see it because when the kids were in cages at the borders under Obama and under Trump, what I was looking for was to see Latinos all come together, regardless of their what country they come from, and say, you know what, we're all Latinos.
They don't see each other like that,
though. We all have
though.
common ancestry. I know that. That's my whole point. Is that in those moments where you have pressure should produce something. They don't respond to pressure for whatever reason. When Trump came out and said the rapists are coming across the borders, all the Latinos in America said, well, you're not talking about me. I'm assuming that's what they said because they didn't give a fuck.
Think about it though. We have
60%.
allowed.
So
whiteness has allowed their culture to become a race. So now you got Hispanic as a so-called racial category now.
Right.
But really, it's just basically just speaking to a mixed group of people, primarily, like what you said.
That's from a
Spaniards,
particular type of
African,
culture.
right, natives,
and natives.
You know.
But they're not together. And so when he makes a comment like all
that's what makes it hard.
Rapists, no one cares.
Right. No one cares. They're talking about me. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
They're not emotional. Now,
it doesn't even
you say
connect.
something about Jews or Black Americans like that, then it's different. We're gonna run this motherfucker down.
It's different, bro. It's a combo. It's a combo breaker. They know it too. You gotta understand it, bro. That's what it is. Whiteness,
Yeah, Latinos they don't
blackness,
want the smoke. They don't want to engage.
ethnic,
They've been here for a
ethnic,
long time. They
ethnic
still don't
whites,
care. Don't
even
care.
ethnic whites, Italian Jews, Polacks, the Amish people. Like when you start to get into these categories where it's like there's a solid identification where even to the height of that group, to the bottom of that group are going to feel some kind of way about speaking about that group, in a certain kind of way. So,
Yeah,
especially from
Hispanic.
outside sources.
The word Hispanic makes it easy. They can argue
But
what they want to be
Hispanics,
called, but
but
Hispanic
see,
is easy, meaning that
if it
whatever
was a
you are
situation,
racially or culturally, we're just gonna make you Hispanic. That is an easy way to keep them together. But they're just
it's
not
it's a
together. I
it's a
think
genius.
socially or politically, they're not together.
It's a genius way of politically commodifying that group, but then knowing that group is not a solidified, unified, shared history fraction of a group because they don't even come here to this country the same way. Like it's a different
It's
historical,
totally different.
different historical kind of narrative, pressure points, different things. And then you got other groups of the Hispanic origin that got more aligned with us because they are classified as black than they do with Hispanic. And think about that kind of mind trip where culture is everything where you're from, and then all of a sudden you get here and you drop into the so-called black pile. It's just like what? You know what I'm saying? Then you like forced in it, and it's just like, what is going on here? I mean, Central Park Five,
But politically,
three of
they
those
have figured
kids,
out. We know that
kids
they
have
vote.
Latino origins, but they were Afro-Latino, of course. But three of those guys were like Puerto Rican, Dominican. You know what I'm saying? But it's Central Park Five. But
But they
people,
do. But they do vote. At the end of the day, they do participate. They're just not
yeah, they do.
emotional, so it's all good to me. I'm fine with that. Some of that emotional stuff is get out of control anyway. To be honest with you, some of it just gets too ridiculous for me. In some cases, it's too easy. It's too easy to turn people on.
So what you want to do, man? You want to drop the link, or you want to download some? What you want to do?
I'm not going over. I'm finishing these videos that I'm working on. I mean, if you want me to drop the link and you want to chat with folks, that's on you. I'll drop it. I'm just gonna drop off.
Why you gonna drop off, bro? They want to talk to. They want to talk to you mainly more so than me.
I'm not in the mood today.
They want to talk to you more so than me.
You see my avatar? I'm not talking
today.
You don't see my avatar?
Yeah, man. But I'm saying, yeah, I see it. I got you.
I'm in the sand dunes.
I got you.
They got me in the sand dunes today.
I got you, man.
Told
In
y'all
the
I was
Badlands.
Taliban on them. Badlands, man. I'm in Afghanistan in the mountains.
Yeah.
They trying to drone strike me.
You digging tunnels.
Yep, I'm deep in the caves.
Well, I mean, we can finish up the videos and we can just close it out, man. We don't have to do all that. So
no, if you want to chat with your folks, that's on you. I'm moving on.
And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty.
They're getting repeatedly hit by mortars and drones and other attacks by Iranian-backed terrorists because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have appeased and emboldened the Ayatollahs for 4 years. It would probably come as a surprise to all of the sailors we have in the Red Sea who are facing the constant threat of missile attacks from rebels and outlaws in Yemen that, again, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have turned a blind eye to, that they took off the terrorist list in their first days in office after Donald Trump had put them on the list, that just this morning fired a ballistic missile into Israel. Kamala Harris's lie about American troops not facing danger in war zones around the world is just one more example of why she's a weak, failed San Francisco liberal who is not up to the job of being our commander-in-chief.
Senator, let me stay on foreign policy for a moment with the breaking news of the morning. The Houthis say that this new hypersonic ballistic missile launched at Israel will continue. They're vowing more attacks going into October 7th, which would be 1 year.
We got to get more involved in these wars at some point.
I'm just saying, man. Play it, no, play it. Just go ahead and play it all up. Play it.
No. I think I found some breaking news. Let me see
Oh,
what
okay.
let me see what's going on here.
Some breaking news that we want to get to right now, and that is this. I'm going to share with you some tweets right here as we're learning that multiple shots were fired at Trump National Golf Course. The Trump-Vance campaign saying that, quote, President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time. That's from Stephen Chung, who is the Trump campaign communications manager, learning a little bit more information from a reporter at Politico as she was sharing that this happened at the Trump National Golf Club in West Palm Beach, where Trump is golfing today. So we're working to gather additional information, but I did want to share that breaking news with you at 2:41 Eastern, 11:41 Pacific, as the Trump campaign has sent a statement saying that President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time. According to a Political reporter, former President Trump was golfing at the Trump National Golf Club in West Palm Beach. No further details available at this hour, including who was firing the gunshots, whether that person was apprehended. We do know that former President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. And it's also unclear as to whether former President Trump was the target or whether gunshots were fired near him. However, I did want to share that breaking news with you as we continue to gather additional information. The Trump campaign communications director saying no further details at this time. However, sharing that President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. We're continuing to follow this breaking news very closely, hoping to learn more information from authorities and possibly from the Trump campaign itself as to exactly what unfolded. We do know that he is golfing today at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida. It is unclear as to whether there were gunshots fired in the vicinity or actually at former President Trump. We do know that he is safe. So we did want to share that breaking news with you at this hour at 2:43 Eastern, 11:43 Pacific. We do know that he was taking time off from the campaign trail, going to go back on the campaign trail this coming week. Golfing on a Sunday, apparently, according to the Political reporter, at his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida. There were multiple gunshots fired in that vicinity. We do know, according to the Trump campaign communications director, Stephen Chung, that former President Trump is safe following those gunshots. As soon as we get any additional information, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And we have this social media post from the New York Post. And I did want to bring that up to you once again as we continue to gather additional information at this hour. And you're going to be seeing that very latest post right there. It says there was a shooting reported at Donald Trump's golf club as the former president was leaving. That is according to the New York Post. I'm pulling up that article, and this is what it says, quote, "The Secret Service is responding to a shooting near Donald Trump as he left his golf club in West Palm Beach, Florida, according to law enforcement sources. President Trump is safe following gunshots in his vicinity. No further details at this time." That's the statement from Trump spokesman Stephen Chung. Now, two people exchanged gunfire outside of Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach. The shooters were targeting each other and the gunfire was not targeting Trump. That is according to sources from this New York Post article. Sources said that Trump was never in danger and that the shooting happened in an area outside the club that is known for high crime. It comes almost 2 months after Thomas Matthew Crooks shot Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th, wounding him in the air. So that is according to this New York Post article. As we are learning new details from this article, according to the article attributed to sources, it says that 2 people exchanged gunfire outside of Trump International Golf Course in West Palm Beach. The shooters were targeting each other. The gunfire was not targeting former President Trump. Sources, according to the New York Post, said that Trump was never in danger and that the shooting happened in an area outside the club that is known for high crime. So we did want to share those details with you. This is from that article.
Well, let me get the full story.
On the East Coast of the United States, 4 o'clock in Washington, 4 o'clock down in Florida, where this incident took place a couple of hours ago. And in the last few moments, we have had a statement from former President Trump, which I can read to you. He says, there were gunshots in my vicinity, but before rumors start spiraling out of control, I want you to hear this first. I am safe and well, written in capital letters. He then goes on to say, nothing will slow me down.
You might as well milk it, though.
Letters, never surrender. And he concludes by saying, I'll always love you for supporting me. Unity, peace, make America great again. May God bless you. Signed, Donald J. Trump. So that is the latest, in fact, the first word we have had from Mr. Trump himself. This all first emerged at just about 2:15 this afternoon, so a couple of hours.
Out a very urgent bolo asking all law enforcement to look for a specific vehicle with a tag number and an occupant description. We immediately flooded I-95, got on the northbound lane at every exit between Palm Beach and the Palm Beach line and the St. Lucie County line. One of my road patrol units saw the vehicle, matched the tag, and then we set up on the vehicle by using what we do here. We pinched in the car, got it safely stopped, and got the driver in custody. Right now, as we speak, the FBI, Secret Service, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is at the scene. They've responded there. They'll take over the investigation. Our flatbed tow truck will tow the vehicle back to Palm Beach County. And I have a clear understanding from the investigators there that we actually do have the suspect that they were looking for in Palm Beach County.
Do we know that suspect's name yet?
We know his name, and the FBI clearly knows his name. I am not in a position to release that.
I know that Trump posted on Truth Social that they had recovered a AK-47, I think, near where the shooting incident happened. Anything that you can confirm for us if that's related?
I don't know any more about the scene.
To go to breakfast with Steve Witkoff and another friend of mine this morning, and I was invited to play golf. They happen to be really good golfers. I don't have a lot of time to play golf, so I said thank you, but I'm not going to go out on the golf course and get killed out there. But long story short, so they were playing. They were on the 5th hole. And the way Steve described this, the way the president described it, they both had exactly the same story, which was that they heard pop, 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 pop. And Steve went into great specificity and great detail as to what happened right after. Within seconds, the Secret Service pounced on the president, covered him. You had snipers with tripods. They knew the direction where the shots had been fired, and they had eyes on the location where the shots had been fired. And long story short, they were I have confirmed with both the president and with Mr. Witkoff that the gun has been found. They identified it as an AK-47. And thanks to Secret Service drone video coverage, they were able to identify one individual involved in this shooting getting into a car after dropping the AK-47. And my understanding, according to both of them, is that that car has been identified, and I believe it's been surrounded. Whether or not that person has been apprehended or not, I don't know. This happened in a matter of seconds. A little more color, a little bit more details on this is that when they got on top of the president, immediately what is called a fast cart that I believe has steel reinforcement and protection, was able to whisk the president away. And then the Secret Service immediately sprung into action. They had eyes on where the shooting had occurred. I saw the New York Post report that these were two people shooting at each other outside the course. I do know, and they did confirm that the shots were outside of the course, but certainly seemingly within range of the former president. So we don't have any details on any of that. They don't know that part. I only know the part of what they experienced while they were playing.
All right, so there's nothing there. Okay. Thought we had something.
So all of this information is preliminary, and it may shift and change as we've seen before. But what we are looking at is starting to come into focus a little more sharply. So this is what we have right now from law enforcement sources who have been briefed on this. And it appears that around 2 o'clock, shots were fired at the golf course, possibly coming from the tree line while former President Trump was playing golf. The Secret Service identified the direction and the shooter reached.
Nationally in the latest Reuters Ipsos poll. Jonathan, it's hard to say just yet what the impact of the debate will be. We hope there'll be more polls coming up soon, but the Harris campaign clearly feels good about what happened. I guess the question is, did she do enough in the debate to answer questions that voters had about who she is as a leader and her policies?
Well, for being honest, yes and no. And the Harris campaign should be excited about where things are. They went into the debate with the momentum at their back, and her performance arguably was superb. And on the one hand, she answered questions that people had because Donald Trump and Republicans spent a lot of time degrading her, questioning her intelligence, questioning her abilities, questioning her accomplishments, downplaying the fact that she's run for elective office citywide in San Francisco, statewide in California, statewide for AG and Senate, and nationwide as vice president. And she showed up on that stage, and as we say, she showed up and she showed out, and showed that she was able to more than handle the debate, the man across from her, and to run the country. And this is, I think, the fault of debates these days. Anyone who was expecting a deep dive in policy at this debate had their expectation. They had the wrong expectations. 2016, Hillary Clinton was blasted and criticized by a lot of people for having too many plans, too many policies. And now people are criticizing Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, for not having enough plans. But if you watch her rallies, as I have done, I watched both of their rallies. You know, she said in the debate, the opportunity economy, and some people said, well, she didn't say what that was. Mm-hmm. She's been talking about it on the campaign trail for weeks now.
Ramesh, we knew going in that she was going to try to goad Donald Trump into reacting. She did. He went for it time and again on crowd size, on immigration, topic after topic. That worried a lot of Republicans I talked to. Did it worry you?
Well, I think that it worried a lot of the people around Donald Trump. And he was, of course, on notice that was going to happen. But he appears to be just congenitally incapable of resisting taking the bait. And I suspect that one of the reasons that some of the people around him are probably all right with the idea that he's not going to do another one is that he would follow the exact same pattern if he had that debate again. So she had flaws as a debater, but he had something more like a meltdown. It may not show up in the polls because I think this is going to be a tight race all the way through, but there's no question who did better and who did worse in that debate.
So you don't believe it'll show up in the polls? Do you think that debate will have any impact on his support?
I think that anything that happens in this race is going to have a small effect on the overall numbers, but that could still be a big effect in terms of the percentage of undecided voters that are still out there, because this is trench warfare, and it's, I think, going to stay that way through the end of the election.
You agree with that, Jonathan? And do you think they should debate again?
Absolutely.
Well, do you think?
Yeah, I want them to debate again. And look, as an American, I would like for them to debate again. And I would like for that next debate to actually be focused on policy. But as Ramesh just pointed out, Donald Trump is congenitally incapable of not dealing in grievance. And one of the great things Vice President Harris did on that debate stage was she threw out the bait, he took it, he threw some stuff back, she pivoted and talked about what she wanted to do. And I would like another debate between the two of them so we can talk about things like, okay, you both say you want to no longer tax tips. How's that going to work? Today, he's talking about no more taxes on overtime. I'm sorry, really? Or how about let's talk about his tariffs plan. Have her explain more about the opportunity economy and how you're going to pay for it. But that ain't ever going to happen.
Well, let's talk about the other big story Lisa and Laura were reporting on earlier as well, and that is Mr. Trump and Mr. Vance's repeated remarks about the population, the Haitian immigrant population. And
Trump needs to talk more about no tax on overtime. That's a pretty big deal right there. I don't know why that's not. They talking about no tax on tip. We say no tax on overtime. That's a huge lift for a lot of people who work. Millions and millions of people.
Springfield, Ohio, repeating lies about the population there. And that's now led to real threats against people in the community. Bomb threats, schools being evacuated. Also paired with his association with a woman named Laura Loomer, who traffics in racism like this online, recently tweeting that the White House will smell like curry if Kamala Harris was elected. Also echoing messages of white supremacists talking about great replacement theory. Jonathan, this is not a secret meeting that Mr. Trump is having with someone at Mar-a-Lago. She's traveling with him. What message does that send?
It's an ugly message. It's a reprehensible message. I want to take folks back to 2008 when Barack Obama was about to announce his candidacy for the presidency, and tapes came out from sermons from his former pastor, Jeremiah Wright, caused a firestorm in his campaign, pushed him to give one of the best political speeches in American history and the best speech on race in the country. To save his campaign, he was being roundly criticized. 2008. Here we are in 2024, and a former president and current presidential nominee is flying around with a conspiracy theorist after folks know what she has said and what she has done. Could you imagine if Jeremiah Wright had gotten off of Barack Obama's plane days and weeks after those sermons came out? You can't imagine it because it would not have happened, and it did not happen. It is reprehensible and shameful that Republicans are not demanding of Donald Trump what, quite frankly, the nation demanded of Barack Obama in 2008. Donald Trump should be held accountable. He should be held to account for associating himself with this person. And if he doesn't want to, if he wants to embrace and literally rhetorically embrace her, then do that. But I think Republicans need to step out and loudly condemn him for what he's doing. It's horrible for their party, but it's even more damaging for this country.
Ramesh, what's your take on this?
Well, she has come under some pretty severe criticism from even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is herself a firebrand. And Marjorie Taylor Greene said that Loomer does not speak for Trump, does not speak for MAGA, does not speak for the Republican Party. Well, if Trump believes that, he can say that, and he hasn't. What he's said so far is simply that he disagreed with her statement, presumably the racist one about curry, which, by the way, smells great. And what he didn't say was anything like, this is disgusting. I had no idea she was this kind of person. He doesn't care about that sort of thing. As long as she supports him, that makes her a good person in his eyes.
And we've heard, as you mentioned, Marjorie Taylor Greene saying this doesn't represent the party, but Donald Trump is the leader of the party. He is their presidential nominee. And we haven't heard a lot of outcry from other Republicans. Does this now represent the party?
Because the problem, if these Republicans denounce Loomer's obviously not the problem. The problem is a candidate whose sense of judgment and whose sense of decency doesn't preclude associating with a 911 denier, with a racist, with a conspiracy theorist. As long as she supports him, he thinks that that's fine.
So the relevant trend here worth digging into is this yawning gender gap I've been keeping an eye on. It's 18 points between the candidates by one measure. That's larger than it was in 2020, larger than it was in 2016. We know women vote in larger numbers than men in presidential elections. On top of the Taylor Swift endorsement. I'm just working that in here. Is there anything that either of you see changing that would close that gap? Jonathan?
I wonder how much the fear-mongering that Donald Trump is engaging in will pull some of these women back. And I want to be clear about something. There's always been a gender gap, but a lot of it has been driven by the fact that Black women, African-American women, have been solidly in the camp of Democrats. The fact that the gender gap is widening says to me that white women are moving in the Harris direction. Whether they stay there is another thing. And one data point that everyone should keep in mind, remember, no Democrat running for president has won a majority of the white vote since 1964.
Young Hispanic men, young African-American men.
There's
DC, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Are you watching this part?
Oh yeah, I'm paying attention. I'm watching. I mean, I was just about to unmute, but I'm in some of the noisy right now. I was gonna say pause. Yeah, that's crazy.
Gender gap, but a lot of it has been driven by the fact that Black women, African-American women, have been solidly in the camp of Democrats. The fact that the gender gap is widening says to me that white women are moving in the Harris direction. Whether they stay there is another thing. And one data point that everyone should keep in mind, remember, no Democrat running for president has won a majority of the white vote since 1964.
Are you still in the Nomazi area? Because I was going to say the Democrats should just hire you for the job.
Why you say that, bro? You know, people already think I'm hired already. So why you say that?
Is that what it is? Oh, okay.
You got to give a reason.
I mean, he said what you've been saying verbatim, word for word, like y'all work together or something.
Young African-American men have also shown some signs of being more open to Trump. That's also expanding the gender gap. One other thing to watch in this is what happens with married women and married men versus single women and single men, because that's another gap, a marriage gap. With married women in 2020, they narrowly went for Trump. Is that going to happen again, or are they going to be turned off by him?
30 seconds left. Do you see anything coming from former President Trump that speaks to that demographic right now?
I think that it is very hard to ascertain what Trump's strategy is at the moment. The things that he needed to do at the debate, for example, was define her, and he was too busy talking about himself to do that.
Ramesh Ponnuru, Jonathan Capehart, great to have you both here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Anna.
Well, you can't make it up. I guess we're kind of all in alignment anyway. We're all kind of saying similar talking points at the end of the day. I think that's pretty much all I got. DC, did you have anything else you wanted to say before I close it out?
No, we're good to go, man. Let's go ahead and close it on out, man. We're good to go.
All right. Well, this is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
This is DC. Until next time. Peace.